We have more than 550 people registered, which I think shows how important it is to all of us to have this peer-to-peer sharing and opportunity to meet and greet each other. I wanted to give a big thanks to Barbara and the planning team for putting together a really excellent program. And also a big thanks to you, Steve, for keeping the technology running and everything going so smoothly. Really appreciate that. We're going to start today by introducing the Village to Village Network team, the board and the staff. We really wish we could be greeting you in person, but maybe next year. So I'll start. I'm Carol Paquette. I'm the president of the board of the network. I was a founder and the first president of Arlington Neighborhood Village in Arlington, Virginia. I've been working with villages for about 10 years now. I coordinate the individual mentor program and the village data working group, in addition to chairing the board. I am now going to, let's see who's next on the screen. Pazit, would you please introduce yourself?
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Pazit Aviv, and I work for Montgomery County, Maryland Aging and Disability Services as the village coordinator. I consult with villages and other community organizations on nonprofit startup and development, and I facilitate the development of villages in our county. One of my top priorities is capacity building for aging in place in diverse communities, as well as lower income neighborhoods. I'm also a founding member of the Village of Tacoma Park in Tacoma Park, Maryland.
Larry Toy.
Hi, I'm Larry Toy. I'm president of the board of La Miranda Village in the San Francisco Bay Area. For most of my career, I was an astronomy professor. The last 10 years before I retired, I was the founding CEO and president of the Foundation for California Community Colleges, serving the 116 community colleges in California. I received my bachelor's degree from Harvard and PhD from the University of California, Berkeley. I joined the VTVN board in January and chair the finance committee.
Peggy Simpson.
Howdy, I'm Peg Simpson. I'm secretary of the network board. For most of my life, in fact, about 50 years, I worked as a reporter in Texas, in Washington, D.C., and in Eastern Europe after the fall of the Berlin Wall. When I got back to the United States, I got involved in founding the Village movement. I was this helped found DuPont Circle Village in Washington, D.C., and was the second president there. I'm still active in DCV, but I'm fully committed to expanding options for older people as they as they stay in place, as they live in place, but to make their living very full through vibrant, locally controlled villages. I'm even more enthusiastic about the village movement today, and I'm fully committed to expanding it to my home state of Texas, as well as to other communities that are underserved and would really benefit by a village.
And Kim Greer.
Hi, everybody. Greetings from Asheville, North Carolina. So hello to my fellow North Carolinians and especially Yancey County, who you're just right over there. I have worked for 30 years or so in long-term care, mostly focusing on individuals living with dementia, self-determination, and humanizing dementia care. I became involved in villages when I was working with the Georgia State Unit on Aging. And I would like to give a shout out to my fellow Canadians north of the border. I see Sheila in Calgary. And if you would like to contact me directly so we can chat, that would be wonderful. Glad you're all here.
Peter Fitzgerald.
Hi, everyone. I'm Peter Fitzgerald. I work at the National PACE Association, where I'm the Executive Vice President for Policy and Strategy. PACE stands for Programs of All-Inclusive Care for the Elderly, and like villages, PACE organizations support individuals in their ability to live in the community. I was drawn to the village model of community service and support and I'm excited to be a board member. I'm currently serving as the treasurer for the organization.
Eddie Rivas.
Buenos días todos, ¿cómo están? I'm Eddie Rivas, founder of the Vertical Village in Wildwood, former secretary of the Washington Area Village Exchange, and current vice president of Potomac Community Village outside of DC. I also do serve as the vice chair of the Montgomery County Commission on Aging, the Citizens Advisory Group that is mandated by the Older Americans Act in every jurisdiction in this country. My passion for villages really revolves around the issues of augmenting the services that we provide our elders, both by the public and the private sectors. And therefore, my real belief in the need for advocacy and public education about that niche that villages serve in all our communities. Thanks. Take care.
Isabel.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Isabel Fernandez. I live in Washington, D.C. I'm a very new board member, and I support the communications committee's efforts. I'm just one of millions of individuals living the chaotic and often very challenging life as a caregiver to both my parents. Due to their circumstances, they did not have a chance to take advantage of all the wonderful things a village has to offer. With families often living apart and at great distances, villages can really help support our aging parents and bring peace of mind when children are not nearby. I believe the village model is a sustainable model for healthy, vibrant aging, and I'm really interested in supporting the organization's efforts to advocate for increased development of villages, particularly in unresourced communities.
Wendy Zer.
Thanks, Carol. I'm Wendy Zer. I'm the Executive Director of Arlington Neighborhood Village here in Arlington, Virginia, and I'm standing on Carol's shoulders. She was one of our founders. Our village is working to expand our services to a broader population. We're specifically working to help affordable senior housing residents take advantage of village services here in Arlington. As such, in addition to everything that I do with V2V and WAVE, Arlington is now also one of the 33 grantees of the Community Care Corps program. So we'll be representing villages on that national effort and promoting all the good work that we do. I'm also on the development committee of V2V, so we're looking for resources that can help build the network nationwide. Thanks.
Hilary.
Hi there, I'm Hilary Simmons. I'm the Executive Director of A Little Help, a hub and spoke village serving 3 locations in Colorado. I have nearly 10 years experience in the village movement and currently serve as the V2V Network's Vice President. I've also served in the past on the Denver Metro Respite Coalition Advisory Board, the Denver County Local Coordinating Council, and as a member of Generations United and the National Center for Creative Aging. I earned my bachelor's from Duke University and my master's of public health from the University of Pittsburgh, focusing on community development. And I'm on the executive committee of the board and co-lead the Reimagining Villages initiative.
Emily Miller.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Emily Miller. I'm a member of the Village Network Board of Directors, and I co-chair the membership committee. My interests are in supporting older adults, people with disabilities to direct their own care. I create a promising practice for villages serving frail older adults, and I'm a certified SAGE trainer, where I train organizations to be more inclusive of LGBT older adults.
And Mary Jane.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mary Jane Atwater, and I'm a co-founder, also first board chair of Lowlink. We are a village in Locust Grove, Virginia, about an hour south of DC. I'm a retired public relations professional. I also worked as a rehab counselor for many years. I joined the Village to Village Network board earlier this year, and I serve as the chair of the communications committee. I also work on the development committee, and I'm very excited about opportunities to expand the village movement.
And that's it for the board. I would also like for the staff to introduce themselves. You know, we usually have this opportunity by being at the registration desk and walking around the halls, but this is the best we can do. So, Barbara.
Hi, thank you. I'm Barbara Sullivan. Thank you all for attending our 12th annual gathering. This is my 11th conference I've attended with the Village Network. Prior to taking my role as ED for Village to Village Network, I was the executive director for Mount Vernon Home in Alexandria, Virginia. My 20-year career has been dedicated to helping older Americans live their lives to the fullest. I continue to be deeply committed to the Village movement and look forward to scaling our model in the next decade. Thank you, my board of directors, for all you do.
And now maybe the most famous name in the Village to Village Network, Travis Mowers.
Hello, everyone. It's Travis, and I've been with V2V Network for 5 years, now the Director of Operations, and I've had the pleasure of talking with many of you and getting to know many of you over the past few years. But before I came to V2V Network, I worked for several nonprofit organizations, including the Center for Plant Conservation. So hello to any of my garden club members out there. And I've been really impressed with the grassroots village movement and the dedication that you all show, and in how you selflessly work to help your friends and neighbors in your communities. So don't hesitate if you have any issues or concerns with your network membership to contact me. I'll try to help you as best I can. Thanks.
And finally, one of our very hard working behind the scenes members is Betsy Claggett.
Hi, everyone. I worked for Village in Northern Virginia for about 8 years, and I've been with Village to Village for about 2 years, and support Travis and Barbara when whatever they need to get done. Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. Now Barbara will turn it over to you. Thank you.
Okay, and then so the board members, if you can just turn your mics and cameras off, and everybody except for Carol and Mary Jane, I'm going to move you to the audience. Don't log out. I want to manually move you to the audience.
Steve, can you put the PowerPoint up for us also?
Yep, I am doing that. Okay, here we go. Okay,
So Steve, I think we can just move on to the
third slide.
Spend a moment on the agenda slide.
Right there,
and
right
then
there. We're
thank
good.
you.
No, third slide. Yep, that's great. Well, good morning, everybody. As I said, I'm Barbara Sullivan, the director of Village to Village Network, and we have had a very, very busy year this year at the network. As you can see, we hosted 46 webinars or online presentations and had a total of 127 participants. It just gives you an idea of what we do behind the scenes. Travis works very hard to do all the network news. It's a joint collaboration between villages and researching, topics that are front of mind for many of our villages operationally, program-wise. It's a great opportunity to connect and have the ability to communicate to our villages directly. Next slide, Steve. Of these webinars we've done, I've got to give a big shout out to our mentors. We hosted 9 mentor groups so far this year with 97 participants. And just to let you know, it's not just developing villages that jump on our mentor groups. We have a lot of open and mature villages that seek information about next steps, whether it's turnover of new board members, recruiting volunteers, the pandemic, the last year, you name it. In the past year, though, I have to make a shout out. We have a total of 57 opportunity members, what we call opportunity members that are developing villages. And this number goes up and down because our hope with this mentor group is to get them to open and develop. In this past year, 2021, we had 27 new opportunity members, new communities that are venturing out and looking at, developing a village in their community. So we're excited, and we thank all the villages and members for their volunteer work on our mentor program. And as you can see, we are ongoing with our mentor program. All you have to do is give a shout out to us, and we will hook you up with one of our multiple folks throughout the United States that are helping mentor new and developing villages. Steve, next. I honestly have lost track of the national gathering. We're up close to 600 registered registrations. We had an influx at the end of last week, but it just gives you an idea of, I think, a thrilling opportunity for many villages who are not able to attend the national conferences because of cost or location. And so this, the virtual is not ideal, but you know what? It's broadened the ability to include more of our villages and their board members. Some of the meetings that we've had in 2021 have been based around home and community-based services, as the new buzzword. Some of these meetings have been involved with conversations with aging partners like the Administration on Community Living, NCOA, Area Agency on Aging, AmeriCorps, and the Senior Corps, and of course, our ongoing discussions and friendship with AARP. We hope and we work towards a lot of visibility through these national organizations. Next slide, Steve. Some of the other areas that we promote through the village movement, we just got through September Grandparents' Day. That was a huge partnership that we did. We've been in conversations with the Brookings Institute and have been invited multiple times to sit in on panels and discussions about issues and topics that face our older adults. We've had a wonderful partnership with FTC and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Both of them also are in our exhibitor hall, so go and check those out if you have a chance. And then, of course, our new collaboration with Mather Lifeways and the telephone topics. It's a great way to promote our village movement. Next. Some other conferences that we have done this year, we have presented at the national, and they've been virtual this year. American Society on Aging was a great collaboration with several partners in the aging industry and another village, Lancaster downtowners. The NCOA, Evie Horton, who very kindly jumped on a presentation. She's with Vashon Villages, and then an updated presentation at the Villages of Berkshires, who has a partnership with the Ollie. So great, again, partnerships and ways that we can get the word out about the village movement. Next slide. We've been very fortunate this year to have had some great media coverage. Kiplinger retirement, the New York Times had a great article back in May, Next Avenue and Forbes. And then in December, we're gonna have a great piece. It'll be coming out in the ARP, and I get asked all the time, why aren't we in the magazine? Why aren't they doing an article on Village to Village Network? Well, there is going to be an article. It's on retirement living in great cities, and some of our villages in Philadelphia are going to be featured. So yay, look for that in December of 2021. Next. One of the things that we hope that we bring to the table to you through our webinars, our newsletters, are the programs that we're trying to help give to our villages to promote social interaction and enrich some village life. You'll hear from some of these today, but most certainly some of them are in our exhibitor hall. We have 2 or 3 sessions, but please go ahead and look at our exhibitor hall and see the partnerships and the opportunities that you can take advantage of for your own villages. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Mary Jane Atwater, who's going to review our most recent V2V survey. So Mary Jane, it's all yours.
Thanks, Barbara. So I'm very excited to share with you some of the highlights from our recent membership survey. And during this whole year, the board has been, the Village to Village Network Board has been very much focused on goals and priorities and for the near future and then even longer term. And we felt that it was really important to hear from member villages. So the membership committee, the board, has pulled together in September a membership survey, which was then emailed out to about 300 member villages, the primary contacts in those villages. And basically, we were interested in knowing about the level of satisfaction that you have with the network. We also wondered about what you saw as the benefits of membership and wanted to hear from you about how we can best support you going forward. So we asked a range of questions. I'm only going to talk about some of them, but we did ask about goals and priorities. I will focus on that. We asked about your preferences for future conferences. We asked about your usage of our resources and of the information. Do you read our newsletter, for example? We also asked about, and I mentioned communications, but also we wanted to know how you feel about the network, why you joined, and how we can best support you. So we had 91 responses, about a 30% response rate. Of course, we wish it had been a little bit higher, but what was really great was we received about 340 wonderful, thoughtful comments and suggestions that really pertain to goals and priorities and will help us going forward. So I wanted to mention that the whole survey will be available on the Village to Village Network website. And so you can see it there without any identifying details to know who responded. And also I'm going to now highlight a few of the details, the highlights of some slides. So let's go forward there. Okay, so this first slide has to do with goals. We were very concerned or interested in whether the goals that we have as a network align with yours as member villages. So we have here 6 goals. You see them written out next to the bars. And first we asked, do these goals align with your priorities? And overwhelmingly we heard yes, but then we thought it would be important to rank them. And so we asked you to rank them from 1 most important to 6 least important. And what you see here in this bar graph are actually the scores that were derived from those rankings. So for example, promoting the growth and sustainability of villages was deemed the most important by respondents and with a score in excess of 4. Reducing time, effort, and cost to start a village is about a 3, I guess, and extending the village scope to underserved, underrepresented populations, again, is about a 3. The lower 3 bars there are in the 3.5 range and are fairly consistent, gaining recognition of the role of villages in the continuum of care, integrating villages as valued partners in home and community-based care networks, and promoting collaboration with other community-based organizations. I think what you see here is that these goals that are the Village to Village Network goals align pretty closely with what you told us are your goals and priorities. So we felt that was really good information going forward. We also took a look at these results and to see whether they were consistent across village size. So we looked at whether smaller villages, fewer than 100 members, 100 to 200 and 200 and above, and these results were consistent across. So let's go to the next slide, Steve. Okay, we also asked what other goals we should pursue. And you'll see that some of these goals really do relate to the overall goals that we had in the last slide. For example, more national recognition, involvement with policymakers, increased collaboration with national and state organizations. And Barbara's talked about some of the work that's being done in those areas. Measurable outcomes, defining best practices. The whole idea of impact is a theme that ran throughout responses in this survey. And I know tomorrow there will be a session on impact reimagining villages. I think it's at 3 o'clock tomorrow, so you won't want to miss that. Communications and marketing support, fundraising support, all of those were mentioned more than once. Again, these are just a sample of the comments. Increased benefits to member villages. Several respondents mentioned group insurance, something to look at. And of course, identifying communities that could benefit from villages. So let's go on to the next one. We also asked, what other ways could we support your village? And some very good ideas here. Again, this idea of measuring and demonstrating outcomes and impact is clearly an important goal for us all. And it is really foundational, certainly when we're looking for grants or when we're making our case for national recognition. So regional forums for networking, a chat forum for board members was mentioned. Succession planning, guidance there was a great idea. Helping connect new villages with established villages. You've heard about the mentorship work that's being done. So that clearly aligns with what we're doing now. And assisting with fundraising ideas. And a lot of people said for all volunteer villages, but I would gather that that would be for most villages. So let's go on to the next. Okay, and then we asked, why are you a Village to Village Network member? And again, this was a ranking. So we listed five elements or 5 reasons why you might want to be a Village to Village Network member. And again, it's the same kind of thing. So the longer the bar there, the most important you ranked it, the higher score it got. So you'll see that the middle 3 bars really have to do with knowledge sharing, keeping up to date with topics of concern, keeping informed about what other villages are doing, peer-to-peer sharing. Those kinds of things were mentioned as very important, ranked very important. And of course, providing resources for developing a new village and enabling support for the village movement, also ranked high. So there's general consistency in terms of what is important. Okay, let's go on. Okay, so this final slide, we asked how has Village to Village Network membership made a difference for you and your village? And that first bullet about giving support, certainly for new villages, it came through time and time again through the responses, that the resources, the connections, the mentorship, all of that was really critical and a real reason for membership and why membership has, or how membership has made a difference. Giving legitimacy to the efforts to grow and develop, kind of a branding. Someone mentioned a branding idea that this gave their village a brand that they could adhere to and point to as something bigger than themselves. Conferences, certainly, a lot of people mentioned the reduced rate for members, but certainly a way to get updates. Again, it's the knowledge sharing idea and helping to learn how other villages do things. Again, the knowledge sharing and new programs. And, we talked about some of those. Barbara talked about a few of the new ones that have come about this year. This last quote I rather liked. We are stronger because we are part of a national movement. So V2V network membership is important. And so again, the survey results will be up there on the website and you can see them there in their entirety. And I want to thank, on behalf of the board, everybody who responded. So thank you. Okay, so we turn it over to Carol now, I believe.
Yes, thanks, Mary Jane. We were really pleased with the responses. So many of you not only responded to the direct questions, but you took the time, as Mary Jane indicated, excuse me, to make comments and suggestions. And we will have the survey up on the website soon. I think you'll all find it really interesting and full of good information. So let me give you a little bit of background about these documents that are referenced on this slide. Back in late 2020, the Hartford Foundation sponsored a series of conversations about how care is provided to older adults. One of the questions they were concerned with is whether it was possible for more older adults to remain longer in their homes and reduce the need for institutional care. The network was invited to participate in this discussion. As Barbara indicated earlier, we are now sitting at the table with other national organizations like Leading Age, healthcare and housing groups, excuse me, academics, the Urban Institute and Brookings Institute. This first paper referenced here, Rethinking Care for Older Adults, proposes a number of high-level ideas for action, including one on villages. As a follow-up to that report, the network was asked to write a more detailed paper outlining some possible steps to bring this action idea into reality. And the action idea that we were asked to address is that states, cities, and counties should scale and promote villages as a focus for implementing services for aging in community. Both of these papers were circulated on the Hill and to the incoming Biden administration. On the third item, we responded to a request for comment on draft legislation. This particular legislation, one purpose is to ensure that aging adults have safe and meaningful options to live in their communities and increase the capacity for community-based services. In our response, we pointed out that villages are part of the aging and community infrastructure, and we provide many non-medical services and social supports needed by aging adults. We ask that villages be included as a recognized element of the proposed program to expand options for home and community-based care. As a follow-up to all of these activities, the Brookings Institute has convened several more meetings to explore how to move the idea of getting villages more widely recognized and integrated into the community services network. A key factor that comes up time and again in these discussions is the need for more data on the effectiveness and impact of the village model. And again, just underscoring a comment that Mary Jane made and that we hear from you, we really need to get more data about what villages do and how we serve the community and the value, not just to our members, but to the community at large. Could we go to the next slide, Steve? One of the things that the Communications Committee and headed by Mary Jane took is to put together a media relations kit. We've had several suggestions in the past and again came up in the most recent survey that many villages are looking for guidance and assistance in how to work with the media, how to prepare articles and so on. So we have put this media relations kit together. It's available in the document library, as you see at the bottom of the page, where you can find these materials. And we hope that you find them useful. As Barbara mentioned, there's going to be mention of villages in AARP magazine in December. That might be an opportunity for you to reach out to the media in your community to point out that villages are getting more recognition. So we hope that this relations kit might help you in those efforts. Next slide, Steve. This project, Village Impact Reimagining Villages, this was actually kicked off at last year's annual meeting. We are trying to implement a broad effort to consistently measure and demonstrate the impact across villages. This was a response from the survey. And I just wanted to address that response and say we've actually been working on this for quite some time now. We have 3 working groups that are looking at various elements, operational best practices and impact, strategic partnerships, and the Village Data Working Group. I'm not going to spend any more time on this right now because there will be a presentation tomorrow. The time has now actually changed to 3:15, but I would hope that you would all join us so you can hear more about what this group is doing. As part of our other activities, we have been trying to reach out to the regional networks and have a more intentional relationship with them. So when we did the response to the congressional response for legislation, we did reach out to the regional networks and made them aware of this opportunity. And at least 2 that I know of also sent letters in support of the V2V response. And that was WAVE and the Albany Capital Network in Albany, New York. We have also started working more closely with the regional networks on the mentor program. We signed an MOU with WAVE to collaborate on the mentor program, and we're in discussions with other regional groups to do the same thing. So we're trying to reach out. We think we're much stronger when we work together and we can, complement each other's efforts. Next slide, Steve. I'm happy to announce that we're now looking for applicants for the board. The applications are due the 1st of November. This slide gives you the big picture responsibility for directors. The announcement soon, actually, the announcement was issued October 4th. When these slides were put together, I wasn't sure if Travis, with all that he had to do for the conference, would have time to do this, but he found the time to do it. So the announcement has been put out October 4th. We hope that you're looking at it and that you will share that with your networks, and we hope to see some applications. We've actually received 2 applications already, and I've received 2 other inquiries. So we're really hoping to hear from you all. Next slide. So in relation to the board and also to the membership survey, as mentioned, we've been focusing a lot on priorities and future directions this year with the board. So these next couple of slides just summarize where we want to put our activities and our emphasis. Measuring and demonstrating impact of villages is certainly #1 for us, and I think it's #1 for many of you as well. We also need to find ways to foster inclusion of diverse and underserved populations. And again, I think that needs to be a really high priority. The village movement still is characterized as being principally a white upper middle class kind of activity. We all believe that the village model is a way for older adults of all circumstances to age successfully, and we really need to find out a way to reach out to communities that we're not currently serving. We want to beef up our mentor program and make it more professional, and we're doing this in collaboration with the regional networks. As you heard, the mentoring program is important for startup villages as well as operating villages, and we want to increase the value of this program to you, and we will be working with the regional networks to do that. Next slide. As evidenced by those couple of documents that I referenced, we also were trying to promote the integration and recognition of villages as being part of the home and community-based services network. we're kind of the new kid on the block in this arena. But I think COVID actually, as terrible as it was actually a good event for villages because it gave us an opportunity to really showcase and make people aware of how effective we are in helping people in their homes. We also want to build partnerships and collaborations with other organizations serving older adults. Again, we need to join together with partners so that we can benefit from each other's efforts and build more things in a collaborative way. And we also want to engage more in advocacy to make the villages and village movement household names. And I know you all are very keen on that as well. Next slide, Steve. So you saw the entire network team at our introductory section. When the network was founded, in 2009, there were about 35 villages in operation. There are now 10 times that number, but the V2V staff is still just a little over 2 full-time equivalent people. We really need to build the network capacity to better support the growing community and the changing needs of the community. Next slide, Steve. We really need you to help us. We would like to see more people volunteer to do work with the network. You can work on our committees, you can work on our initiatives, like the reimagining villages and the data collection. You all, 99% of the work in every village is done by volunteers. And we're no exception. We really need to have volunteers to expand the capability of the board and staff to better serve you. And of course, you can also help scale the movement by donating to the network. Next slide. I don't know that we have a lot of time left for questions. I think we may actually be out of time, but I think if you would forward any questions or comments that you have. Steve, could we just go back one slide? Contact at v2v@v2vnetwork.org. We're always happy to hear from you. Thank you for attending this session, and we look forward to seeing you at the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Carol. And thank you, our board of directors. Big kudos to a lot of hard work. It's been a long year and active year, but we're reaping, benefits. So thank you. Thank you very much. I am now pleased to introduce Sarah Locke, who is in the wings waiting to come on. Sarah is, hi, Sarah. You're on mute. There you are.
Hi, it's terrific to be here. Hi, Barbara.
Hi. So let me just give a little overview of your background, and then I'll let you take it away. And I know you have a PowerPoint, and Steve is on hand if you need any help, but you'll be able to share your session. Sarah is the Senior Vice President of AARP's Brain Health Policy Research and International Affairs. She leads AARP's policy initiatives on brain health and care for people living with dementia, and is including serving as the Executive Director of the Global Council on Brain Health. Ms. Locke also coordinates AARP's role in the Leadership Council for Aging organizations. Prior to joining AARP, Sarah was with the U.S. Department of Justice as a trial attorney on Capitol Hill for Michael Barnes, Maryland Congressman, and the Federal Government Service Task Force. So she went to Franklin Marshall, so did my brother, great alma mater, and he also was a trial attorney for the DOJ, so we'll have to talk. And she graduated with a JD from University of Maryland. So welcome, Sarah. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I am very excited to be here with Villages to Villages. It's one of my favorite organizations and entities. I think you're doing amazing work, and so it's my great pleasure to present. Now, you gave me a wonderful introduction, but whether I can get the slides to show like I want them to show, I'm not sure, but we will give it a shot. And hello, Eddie. I see you are in the crowd. It's great to see an old ARP friend, and I'm guessing there are lots of ARP friends here. So let's give it a shot here on the sharing of the screen. Do you see the presentation?
It's loading. There we go. So then just click that from beginning button at the upper left-hand corner.
Okay. There we go. Good. Terrific. So I am very honored to be with all of you because I know that community supports implementation of the 6 pillars of brain health. And why I'm so excited about the 6 pillars of brain health is because really it's about healthy aging, independent living, and greater quality of life for those who may be living with dementia. And so I have to say that I probably am preaching to the choir somewhat when it comes to talking to friends at the villages, but I'm hoping that we'll have time at the end of the presentation to have some conversations and perhaps throw out some ideas about how we might be able to work together on a vision of healthy aging where more people are more confident in their brain health and able to really enjoy their life with as good a cognitive functioning as possible. And I'm going to start my timer to make sure I don't go over time because I really do want to have some kind of conversation with all of you today. So I want to start by giving some background about why ARP in particular and why you all may be particularly interested in questions about brain health and dementia. Now, brain health is a spectrum, of course, right? People don't age and suddenly get Alzheimer's disease, but many people think of that as the worst possible scenario. And there are more and more aging adults who have dementia. Alzheimer's is just one common form of it. There are other types of dementia, but most people, when they think about brain disease, are often thinking about Alzheimer's. I'm just thinking that this may be an older version of this presentation, but we'll see as we go along. The key, though, is that AARP, no matter what your brain health is, knows that people want to stay in their home and communities for as long as possible. That's why the Villages concept is so fantastic, because even if you don't stay in your home of 30, 40 years, but instead move to a community like where the Villages are providing support and community, you are able to function much longer, much happier, and with incredible vitality. So it's no surprise, but we are aging rapidly. And actually, I think of aging as our greatest achievement. It is a triumph of public health and medical advances. By 2030, 1 out of every 5 people in the US will be 65 or older. And soon, the number of adults by 2035 are going to be actually larger than the number of children under 18. But all of that progress has one downside, and that is that the number of people who are older than 65 are expected to increase up to 13 million. And dementia affects people disproportionately. Of course, older adults and aging is the greatest risk for dementia. But it not only affects older adults themselves, because it has a huge impact on caregivers. Now, you all may know that the bulk of our long-term care system in the United States comes from family members, friends, or other unpaid caregivers, actually 83%. The way to maintain and have affordable, high-quality care that you want is to work within the community and have family members, friends, and people assist you rather than having to depend on some of the more formal care systems. But this, and I was just hearing the report right before I came on, that the villages are sometimes thought of as a upper middle class and white only kind of organization. But we know that despite decades of trying to address healthcare disabilities, accessibility, we know equity in healthcare and the provision of your quality of life are affected by your gender, race, ethnicity, geographic location, rural versus urban, and your socioeconomic status. And in a little bit, of course, right after this event, I am working with the Global Council on Brain Health. That is something that Barbara mentioned. These are experts from across the world working on these kinds of issues related to cognition. And part of the conversation is that the most important element to health and improved behavior change to result in better health and quality of life are things like the socioeconomic status and these other social determinants of health. And in the United States, we know that African Americans have dementia at twice the rate and Hispanics at 1.5 times the rate of Americans, of white Americans, and are more likely to have dementia, but actually are far less likely to get a diagnosis from the healthcare system. So age-friendly and dementia-friendly communities, these may be concepts that you all are familiar with, but it is the community and its integration and its ability to work in a fashion that is supportive of people of all ages, including people who have dementia and their caregivers. Those are the fundamental elements that supports the behavior change that older people can be empowered to engage in healthier behaviors and can support brain health. I wanted to just share with all of you the World Health Organization and the AgeFriendly 8 domains to show you that this is understood worldwide, that the domains of livability really are laid down by housing, transportation, the way that your homes are constructed. If you want to have respect and social inclusion, if you want to have social participation, if you want to have healthy breathing, healthy exercise, all of these kinds of things where outdoor spaces are available, where you don't have to only rely on cars to get around, you have to look at the elements within your community, and each of these elements are outlined on this slide. I think that as the villages think about this, some may already be implementing or encouraging their communities to adopt the age-friendly community. If you haven't, I would urge you to connect with me, and I will connect you with the folks at AARP who are working on this closely. But I think that many of the villages were designed with these kinds of elements in mind. If they were not specifically identified, these are the things that are critical to the social determinants of health and your brain health as you get older. And there is an effort underway to take age-friendly and combine it with dementia-friendly. Several years ago, we wrote a report, Age-Friendly and Dementia-Friendly Better Together, because it is often said that if a community is age-friendly, it is better for people who have dementia. But there are some specific elements about dementia friendliness that it is very important for communities to facilitate. Those things are things like care through the continuum and memory loss supports and services, and finding ways to engage caregivers, because those caregivers are the same people who are making it possible for people who have cognitive impairments to live in their communities more engaged and continue to function over time in ways that they wouldn't otherwise be able to. So what do we speak of when we're talking about a livable community? And perhaps when you heard that I was going to be focused on brain health, you weren't thinking about the livable and sustainable community functions that make brain health possible. But as I mentioned in the beginning of the conversation, I believe strongly that the only way that people can sustain brain health and healthy behaviors and choices for healthy behaviors is by living in a community that's deliberately planned to support healthy living. And that includes brain health through public health measures. Fortunately, the Centers for Disease Control, the National Institutes of Aging, and Congress is beginning to pay attention to what public health measures are necessary to support brain health. With the estimates of the large numbers of people aging, we know that the only way we're going to bring those numbers down and improve quality of life at the same time is to institute these public health measures. And by creating age-friendly communities that account for the needs of people at all stages of life, that is how we can enable individual choice as well as sustainable societal foundation. So AARP's policy has long looked at these functions of coordinated land use, infrastructure investment, allocations of resources that support all members of a community, and a wide range of affordable and accessible housing and transportation options. The villages have, I remember, for example, when I visited the villages in Massachusetts, in Boston, I was so impressed how they were co-located, and there was very deliberate thought about transportation in the city. Now, of course, the city of Boston has a lot of options for it. And I would point out that Boston is both age-friendly and dementia-friendly in its, through its communities. It has deliberate governmental officials working on those issues. And I'd be interested to hear if there are representatives from Massachusetts, how their housing, transportation, and affordability is going to expand it and to keep it affordable as you live in your community. But implementing specific policies and programs like the ones I'm going to talk a little bit further about that foster positive health outcomes are ones that not only are looking at positive health, physical health, like diabetes management or exercise for mobility, but health from the perspective of cognition as well. And adequate access to amenities and delivery of services so that people staying in their home don't need to go too far in order to have brain healthy activities. Now, of course, COVID has created huge burdens and stretched resources incredibly thin. but full community participation, including hard to reach populations, whether that's rural or people who are not as connected with their community as the villages are, or even within villages who are finding people who are so afraid to reach out and be connected given the public health scares that we are living through right now. Social isolation is an incredibly difficult problem to solve, but by deliberately thinking about communities like the villages and sharing the villages' ideas and showing how successful the villages have been in meeting and addressing these long-standing challenges that need to happen in every community, I think would be a great step forward. So what about age-friendly and dementia-friendly communities support behavior change that help older people engage in healthy behaviors? Well-designed communities help people not only start and provide the ideas and suggestions that people need to be focused on their brain health, but sustain them. And I'm going to go through the 6 pillars, and here they are. But I will take time for each of the pillars to talk about how community fosters each of what we call the 6 pillars of brain health. And we've got a cheater acronym, Be More, that hopefully will help you think about each of these pillars and help and build livable and sustainable communities where brain health is top of mind. So B for be social, E, engaging your brain, M for managing stress, O for ongoing exercise, R for restorative sleep, and E for eating right. Now, a lot of people have talked to me and said, well, these are common sense. These are healthy things that everybody needs to know about. They've heard about it for their heart. They've heard about it for their happiness. What's the big deal about each of these things? And why should I spend a good chunk of my time talking and thinking about them? Well, because you may not be thinking about them in context, and you may not realize how important and small steps can be made that can completely change your trajectory of the risk for cognitive decline. And so I actually have realized that now that I am pulling these up, that I am not showing you the latest version of the slides. I worked last night to try to update this a little bit, but I will just go back to say, I'm gonna get out of this one and pull up a different one. Okay, let's see if I can find the most recent version of this presentation. It's got to be here somewhere. Quick access. Let's go to presentations and try this one. 934. I guess what I really want to pull up from this is just how many people think that cognitive decline is coming for them. And would you be able to pull this up, Steve, for me? Because I think I've sent you the most recent.
Okay, yep, let me jump in here and.
Okay, I was just going to ask you if the one that you sent me this morning was.
It is, but let me see if I can just talk off of this for a little bit while you pull this off.
Is this you? Is this you? Tell me.
A little bit further up. Yeah. Yes. Nope. I tell you what, I'm going to look for it in my email, and that is helpful. Here's what I wanted to share. Cognitive aging is something that we're all worried about as we age. 98% of us think that brain health is important, but only half of us are doing the activities that are important to support cognitive brain health. And 48% of Americans in a 2021 survey that we just fielded have shown us that 6 out of 10 believe that cognitive decline is inevitable, and 48% of us believe that dementia is likely for us. So the thing that I need to convey is that cognitive decline is not inevitable. In fact, if you follow healthy lifestyle recommendations, it's thought up to 40% of dementias could be delayed or prevented. That is an incredibly powerful number. If we had a medication that was available that could meet that kind of threshold, we would be thrilled out of our minds. Imagine that. The real numbers, even under today's current scenario and the current healthcare and current engagement in healthy behaviors, only about 12 to 15% of us over the age of 65 will ever get dementia or suffer significant cognitive decline sufficient to actually interfere with our daily lives. So we way overestimate our risk for dementia. But because it's so serious and because it causes such tremendous burnout for caregivers, in fact, dementia caregivers have twice the burnout, the financial costs, the health issues, and their own problems as those of other caregivers. When we tell you that this engaging in healthy behaviors can reduce your risk up to 40%, that is a tremendous change. And so when I think about how do we do it from a societal perspective, from a population perspective, the answer is by living in sustainable communities like the villages, where this is so important and it's top of mind, and you have people along the way encouraging you to engage in these brain healthy behaviors. So I'm going to pull this back up because the elements that were missing in the presentation were focused on letting people know that cognitive decline is not inevitable. And I've just shared those statistics with you so I can get back into the presentation. So I will catch up to where I was and see. Okay, am I screen sharing so far?
You are. And then if you just up at the top, if you click on the slide share, there you go.
And then over to the left, there you go.
All right. So we talked about the big things. Now we're going to talk about the small things. So I do not have the time to go too far in depth to each of these pillars. So I want to give you the highlights, and I want to be able to show where you can get more resources and the evidence around each of these pillars. So the B, social part, is the importance of social connectivity. And of course, community and living with others and reaching out to others are the means by which we can stay socially connected. And villages, again, is an exemplar of promoting social engagement amongst friends and family. The Global Council on Brain Health has looked at the evidence, and at our website, ARP website, if you go to www.globalcouncilonbrainhealth.org, you can get each of these reports for free. It's available to anyone, anywhere. And this gives you the evidence behind why we know that social connectedness is so important to brain health. Now, some of the evidence here is not as rigorous yet as some of the pillars related to exercise, diet, and sleeping. And that's because from an evidence point of view, completing randomized controlled trials in which you isolate people deliberately and then test out its consequences would not be ethical. But we have lived during COVID, which we had an enormous natural experiment where people have been cut off from their friends and cut off from their families. And we have seen the anxiety, the depression, the other health conditions that have come out in droves as a consequence. And so our report was done before COVID, but when the Global Council issued a report on COVID, which has been our last report several months ago, we were concerned about the viral load and the problems specifically to your physical health and to your brain that is being caused by COVID. But we were equally concerned about the indirect effects of COVID and social isolation. So the way that community can have others check up on each other and help create pods so that you can feel safe in your community with others who are not showing symptoms and are sometimes using electronic means for connection. All of these things are critically important to staying socially connected. And we know that social isolation increases dementia risk by 50%. Pillar 2 is engaging your brain. This is use it or lose it. Engaging your brain through continually discovering new things is what we're talking about here, because you can actually create new neurons no matter your age. And it used to be that we thought your brain was static. You were born with all the neurons you would ever have. But it turns out that's not true. And the more that you stimulate your brain, the more you can create alternative pathways or neural networks. If there is a section of your brain that should suffer consequences, you are busy creating these others where you can perhaps communicate and have your brain work through these alternative neural networks. That's what we call cognitive reserve. That's why when you look at people who are amazing examples of engaged 100-year-olds or 90-year-olds or even 70-year-olds who seem to be incredibly with it, chances are they have been stimulating your brain, been educating themselves, been continually learning. And it's not just always working for the rest of your life. It could be activities that give you purpose and sustain you, and things like having other people around to coach you, to show up whether or not who will notice if you're not present at a meeting or an event, or will encourage you to walk. All of these things are cognitively stimulating activities and go hand in hand with the first pillar, which is social connectedness. So if you want to use and have a vital brain, it's important to keep using it all of your life. And it doesn't have to be things like paid brain games. Luminosity and others that talk about absolutely being able to prevent dementia, that unfortunately is not true. all of the pillars that I am talking to you about are things that help reduce and manage risk. There is no silver bullet, unfortunately. So the brain games that promise you, if you play this, you will be forever dementia-free, do not believe those promises. Instead, what science has seen, the holistic approach to brain health, where you're working on all 6 of these areas, and you're doing it simultaneously while continuing to grow, those help you reduce and manage your risk, as I said, up to 40%. But I don't want to engage in any kind of blame, because there are people who have done everything right and they still get the disease. But what's important to underscore is that even if you have dementia, these same pillars will help improve the quality of life for you and your caregiver as you go through your dementia journey. And it can be a long journey, because people can live with dementia for 20 years or more. And it's important always to start wherever you are. The sooner you start, the better, but it's never too late. I think that has been one of the most joyful messages coming out of the Global Council as I've been working on it the last 6 years. So managing stress, pillar 6. This is about maintaining your mental well-being. And when the Global Council was looking at a definition of mental well-being, we were looking all over the world. And frankly, we were surprised there wasn't a definition of mental well-being that was universally accepted and that had an aging component to it. And we happen to be in the International Older Persons Mental Wellbeing Week. And so I want to spend a little bit of extra time on mental well-being. So the definition that our experts came up with was feeling good and functioning well. You can still have some issues with mental well-being and still function well, but you want to be able to enjoy your life. And so that's why the feeling good is part of the definition of brain health and mental well-being. But functioning well is part of your ability to cope and actually engage with life that promotes mental well-being. So none of these things are in isolation, even though we try to nicely separate them out. It's really about the whole picture. And lifestyle is key to mental well-being. So exercise, diet, sleep, the next pillars that I'm going to talk to you about, are really some of the answers to promoting mental well-being, along with making sure that you've got connections, that you feel purpose in life. This 4th pillar is exercise, and it's ongoing exercise. And there are 3 components here that I want to emphasize for you. You probably have heard that you should be exercising roughly 30 minutes a day or 150 minutes a week. All of these recommendations are actually coming out of the cardiovascular literature, because what's good for your heart is good for your brain. But that evidence has been developing over the years, whereas the brain evidence has been slower in coming and is still developing, because people are looking at what specific kinds of exercise helps what specific functions of cognition. So they're looking at things like memory, attention, focus, executive function, your ability to plan and think out. And they're actually looking at interventions. What interventions at what dose over what period of time will have the greatest effect on your cognitive function? That's still being developed, but we know enough to say you should be doing at least 150 minutes a week. That can be broken up over time of moderate to vigorous exercise. And the 2 things that I think surprised me most when I was learning about exercise was that it's not just about that aerobic activity where you get your heart rate going. It's just as important, and it's become very popular now, right? Watching your steps. Every time you're stepping or walking or moving, it means you're not sitting. And they say that sitting is the new smoking. Well, it is important to emphasize that all kinds of movement, whether you are wheelchair bound or have other kinds of disabilities, all kinds of movement, even if it comes to things like singing and vocal activity, can help your brain. And then the third part that I would recommend is the strength training exercise. It's something that I always am weak at doing and would recommend that you guys think about it and find activities in the villages to encourage strength building activity, because that promotes things like stronger bones, stronger muscles, and that can help against osteopenia and those kinds of things that typically happen as we age with muscles declining. You can build it back. This is the principle of it's never too late. And so physical activity, if there's only one thing you take away, the movement that you engage in is doing amazing things for your brain as well as the rest of your body. Sleep. Sleep makes your brain work better. And if you want to give yourself a brain boost that works immediately, a good night's sleep is crucial for memory and thinking skills. And as surprising as it is, you think of the 7 to 8 hours of sleep is the typical range, and wherever you fall on that scale doesn't necessarily have to be all at one time. So if you are having trouble sleeping through the night, as many people do, it's very normal for sleep to change as you age, but constantly having bad sleep is not normal. And it's shocking how many older people have poor quality sleep. Breathing, health conditions, sleep apnea, shockingly common and absolutely treatable. So I would recommend, if you yourselves are having concerns in this area, that you talk to your dentist, that you could talk to your healthcare provider, and that you work through this, because the ability for you to sleep is what is enabling your brain to clean out, at night and get the rest that it needs. Sleep is not talked about near enough when it comes to brain health, but I highly encourage you to check out these recommendations. They're available in English and Spanish. The one-page infographic, if you're not up to reading a 20-page report, is available in English, Spanish, French, Chinese, and Arabic. That's true of each of the topics that I'm telling you about. There are infographics available in each of those languages that give you the cheat sheet. And this is everybody's favorite, eat right. And I save the best for last because everybody has questions in this area. Eating healthy is good for your brain, just like it's good for the rest of your body. So what's the big deal here? Everybody knows you should eat a healthy diet, right? But it's the choices that you make from day to day, these small little ones that add up over time. And how does community help you eat right? Well, you find that some of the concerns, for example, in Hispanic communities, where if everyone around you is eating food that is higher in salt or higher in fat, you tend to eat those same kinds of foods. Being social and having fun often revolves around food, but it's the community that actually helps and encourages you to make wise choices when it comes to food. So the villages could have an amazing opportunity when you do cooking classes, or if you are, to think about healthy options, showing people how to cook, inviting people together to enjoy a meal, and making brain health and reducing sodium, increasing spices for flavor, adding lemon instead of salt, substituting healthy fish or other vegetables that might be high in bright colors, tend to be very good for your brain. Conversations about chocolate and wine and resveratrol and those kinds of ingredients in foods are probably linked not to the alcohol's effect, but to the color and the elements in grapes that is helpful for you. So the recommendations in brain food gives you a shorthand way of thinking about, it's not that you never eat foods that are perhaps not great choices for you, but instead think about foods to encourage, foods to incorporate, and foods to discourage. So you think about it as have a little bit, don't have it often, and have a lot of it. So things that you want to have: leafy green vegetables, colorful berries, having good fats in your diet, like olive oil. These are the MIND diet. These kinds of suggestions are the diets all around the world that have been shown consistently in epidemiological studies to reduce risk for cognitive decline for people as they age and to improve healthy aging and quality of life. Just going to do a check-in on time. What I wanted to share with you, we've taken these 6 pillars and presented them in 1-hour do-it-yourself kits where we ask volunteers to share with their friends, families, and others in their community the 6 pillars of brain health. And so we are looking for volunteers to help us with our ARP state offices, and we've got a curriculum set up to try to share this information with others. But we wanted to see if it was actually effective at changing behavior, because it's all very well and good to start these behaviors, but the question is, will you start it? Will you sustain it? And will you think about this in a holistic way? So I'm very happy to share with you that even in virtual do-it-yourself kits, when we have followed up and asked respondents if they got the message about brain health and if they're doing anything different as a result, we've been very pleasantly surprised that large majorities of people have begun to institute healthy behaviors. 71% have decided to consume more fruits and vegetables as part of their activities, and that they've increased their daily activity. Knowing this is hugely encouraging, but I want to say the element of community and having peers talk to you about these issues and share ideas, I think has been a powerful ingredient in getting such positive responses. Managing stress more effectively, engaging in more mentally stimulating activities. We looked at this. Now, I want to say that this is not an ARP large representative sample of people all across the country. What this is a small quantitative study. We've sent out more than 1,500 surveys. We've got a good response rate, which our research colleagues are pleased with, at 12%, but it's a small sample. But I want to show the trend here, because the point I want to make is that community can make all the difference in whether people who are aging are actually implementing these changes. And so the average respondent is 60 years old and a white female in our response set. And what they're telling us, on average, they have increased their healthy behaviors by 5.7. 5.7 is the average number of healthy activities that these older adults have engaged in as a consequence of learning and engaging in their community about brain health activities. Some have actually, like up to 20%, said that they did 9 of these behaviors, which we are thrilled about and hope to continue. So what was the barriers to implementing these? Now, most of the people, these are respondents to a survey 2 weeks following the delivery of information. But what they told us is that these barriers are not impossible to overcome. But if you say, what is the most difficult thing for us in implementing these healthy behaviors, the number one response was that other people around me are not doing them. So by a community encouraging these activities, you can be removing the biggest barrier that older adults feel when it comes to brain health. So to me, this speaks to the power of community in changing the trajectory for entire societies of brain health, both to lower your individual risk for brain health, but also to help all of those around you do the same. And I'm going to close with a few more resources that I'd like to share with you. If you aren't familiar with them, I hope you'll take a few moments to check them out. Of course, they're available all virtually, and so that you can do that on your own time. I encourage you to check them out. The first is AARP's general website on brain health. We have incredibly interesting stories and a wealth of information. And I would suggest that you check it out, especially if you are concerned about dementia or brain health. You'll learn lots of helpful practical advice about caregiving, about the disease, and it's got great information. I mentioned the Global Council on Brain Health. We have 11 reports. We researched all of the areas that our members have told us are of greatest concern and provided the answers and information backed up by evidence, telling you what we know and what we don't know. Staying Sharp is AARP's platform that if you are a member, it's available to you for free. There are assessments there that help you take a baseline of your cognition so you know where you are, and gives you ways to implement the 6 pillars of brain health into your daily life. I highly recommend it for you guys to check it out. It's available now by app. Just like 2 or 3 weeks ago was the first time that it left the platform of the web on computers, and is now on and is available on an app as well, either Android or Apple. Caregiving. I mentioned that people who are caregivers for people with dementia are particularly stressed and particularly burdened because of the challenges. And so I would recommend you check that out. We have an affiliation with the Alzheimer's Association where we can provide resources in community and make suggestions for you to find a network of people to help support you. Disrupt dementia. So AARP is very interested in reducing risk. Our 3-pronged strategy is to reduce risk for people as they age about brain health, but also to improve care and to inspire treatment. And so AARP not too long ago invested $60 million, something that we've never done in honor of our anniversary and our founding by Ethel Percy-Andrus, invested $60 million into developing a new cure for dementia in the Dementia Discovery Fund. And our work continues to improve current conditions for people living with dementia and caregivers by working with others. An example here is we are one of the co-founders of the Alliance to Improve Dementia Care, where we're working with the public sector and private sector, banking, kind of implementing the World Health Organization's age-friendly kinds of pillars, but we're doing it to bring non-traditional partners to the table to try to deal with dementia care. And I would say that our community-based organizations, like the villages, are a critical component of success, and I hope to work with you in that area. Thank you. That's the end of my formal presentation. I'd love to have some Q&A.
Sarah, that was awesome. Yeah, we have tons of questions. So, and I do have a couple people, if we have time to pull them over from the audience that have direct questions. Marty Lamb asked, what is the percentage that get dementia again? You did that statistic.
So I would say there is a range between 12 and 15%. And the reason it's a range is because the diagnosis is so poor. We really don't know the extent of the people who actually have dementia. But the American Academy of Neurology is probably our best source on this, and the NIA say that about 14.9% of people who have mild cognitive impairment will go on to develop dementia. And if you look at the actual epidemiological numbers that the National Institutes of Aging have examined, they say it's around 12%. So I would say that the total population in the United States is about 12% of people older than 65 will have the possibility of getting dementia from its mildest to its most severe forms. Which again is a huge contrast of almost 50% of us think we're going to get it.
There is a question, I don't know if you can answer this, it's sort of, with the diagnosis of dementia, is that cause for, additions to driver's licenses? What's the mandated standard, basically?
So you're fading in and out a little bit on me, Barbara, but I think you're talking about differences in taking away driver's licenses for when people get dementia. And yes, that is a very state by state kind of thing.
Sorry about that.
When your healthcare provider tells you that it's time to take your license, they, depending on the state, they can be obligated to report that to the Department of Motor Vehicles. We have lots of resources around driving, and I will tell you that our very recent survey said that is the single biggest concern that people have when they're getting a diagnosis for dementia, and is why so many people are reluctant to go get a diagnosis, is because of that fear of loss of driving privileges. And I have to say, my neighbor literally next door was recently diagnosed with dementia, and that is by far and away her biggest problem and her biggest concern, as we live in a relatively suburban rural area, and we depend on cars for everything. So I'm hugely sympathetic. I would recommend that we talk to driver safety at ARP. We have a tremendous number of resources to give you more detail about that.
Okay, terrific. Is this better?
Yes.
My headset fell out.
Oh no.
It's all right. Murphy's Law. Eddie asked, do you know any specific communities where people of color are working on brain health successfully?
Yes, particularly this tends to be communities of faith in the African American community. There are churches in Atlanta that we are working with that are very specifically focused on it. There have been a number of initiatives. There's one in St. Louis that is working on this, and communities are starting to build and work, but I haven't really heard too many geographic spaces that are really taking this on, as opposed to the faith communities are doing this at a much more rapid rate.
Okay, oh, good to know. One of the questions, I've never heard of this, dementia friendly versus blue zones. I've never heard of that. What, can you comment? What's the differences or? Sure.
So blue zones, David Buettner, I think is his name, is the author of a series of books around communities all across the world that have aged incredibly well. And he's identified certain places like Loma Linda, California, places in Sardinia, and they're called blue zones because they have these, they facilitate healthy aging, because lots of times they are actually in practice as a community, having these systems in place to support what I'm describing as the 6 pillars of brain health, but are really the foundations of healthy aging and healthy living. Blue zones then really describe these almost naturally occurring communities, or where that's been fostered over, in some cases, centuries, as in Europe, where they are helping each other. Japan has a few of these communities where they naturally have come together and made life for their elders a better place to live. Dementia-friendly communities is a deliberate attempt by other kinds of communities to say, as I mentioned, those 10 factors for dementia-friendly community, where they encourage a community to look at each of those elements, come together, co-plan, and deliberately become dementia-friendly. And that's, for example, the Dementia Friendly America is something that can help facilitate that. I'm on the National Council or Advisory Board for that. That's run out of the National N4A. And Cindy Markwood and Meredith Hanley can provide lots of information about dementia-friendly communities and how that integrates with age-friendly. So it's that the blue zones are those places where people got it a long time ago. And this is dementia-friendly and age-friendly are helping people, take a page out of that book.
Oh, excellent. Tommy Ferguson just put something in the chat about blue zones. So thank you for that link. We have like a couple of seconds left, but I do have 3 that I pulled over. Lisa, do you have a question you want to tell us?
Thank you. I'm Lisa Cannon from Chincoteague, Virginia. Just getting back to that question about percentage of people with dementia. I wasn't clear whether it was the number of people who have dementia who will go on to get Alzheimer's. What is the percentage of the total population that will get dementia? I wondered if Sarah had
Lisa, sure. So let me be clear. The numbers in the United States that definitively say what percentage of people have dementia are only estimates, because typically those numbers are saying Alzheimer's only. The Alzheimer's Association has done a great job of identifying those people who have specific diagnoses of Alzheimer's. So that 12% number that is being used is a specific number for people diagnosed with Alzheimer's living in the United States today.
Okay.
Some of the bigger numbers are, if you include other kinds of dementia, there's vascular dementia, Lewy bodies dementia, Parkinson's, other kinds of things that you might typically associate with it. Those upper estimates are around 15%.
Thank you so much.
Barbara, do you have a quick question?
Yeah, will I get the report that has just been given by going to AARP Brain Health? Or
no, we'll be sharing you mean the presentation?
Yes.
No, we'll be sharing all the materials after the conference. So everybody will get a copy of Sarah's presentation that she did.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry I missed that.
No problem. And last but not least, Nancy Frankel. No, Nancy? Okay, I don't think so. Sarah, thank you so much. What an incredible amount of and material thoughts. I mean, as a person who ran a village for 10 years in Northern Virginia, we had some great programs, especially for men, which seem to fall between the cracks because they're not joiners and, so thank you. We look forward to more materials and information as we go along. And, hopefully some of our villages will adapt some of the dementia-friendly protocols and programs.
I'd be thrilled to do that. Love to follow up with you all, because we can make an enormous difference and people just don't realize it. The villages, my hat's off to all of you for the amazing work that you have been doing. Thank you for that. And I will find my latest 11 o'clock version of the presentation.
No, it was fine.
Those updated stats.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
We are going to be going into a break right now. Steve Gurney's going to do a countdown. We have well deserved. I'm sure people want to get up and move around and stretch and let their dog out like me. Steve, I'll hand it over to you, and we'll see you all back at 1 o'clock with our next program, which will be development and
So that looks like
fundraising.
it's going to be about 12 minutes that we're going to set the timer to, and then I'm going to bring our panel members up. So I know you all are in the audience here, so I'm going to bring you up, and we'll just make sure that we get your mics and cameras working okay. And while I'm babbling here, I'm just want to remind everybody to go to the exhibit hall. Lots of great things there, and check that out. And let's see. And Katie, I've got two of you in the audience. I'm going to promote both of them to the stage, but I'm sure only one of them is the real Katie. And then
Steve, do you see Paula Lettuce in there?
yeah, no, I'm getting her on board.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure.
Oh, wait, she was there. Oh, sorry.
Morning. Hi, Katie.
Okay. All right. So Paula should be popping on. And just refresh my memory again, were you all going to be sharing? You all have your PowerPoints, right?
Yeah, we do. I think Paula has ours, but I have a copy just in case.
Okay, I think I've got it too.
Steve's going to drive the presentation, Jan.
Oh, okay, I got it. So you guys just say next when you want me to advance the slides. Okay, so we're good. So we can sit tight. If I got to take a break, so if you all want to turn your mics and cameras off when this timer runs out, we'll kick things in.
Perfect.
Okay. There. All right. See you guys in 10 minutes.
And Steve, are you still in there?
Hi, I'm Emmy Horton with the Vashon Villages on Vashon Island in Washington State. Our Village to Village Network membership has been invaluable in terms of providing and nurturing a strong foundation for our opportunity or in development villages program. From the monthly mentor group convenings to the vast documents library, to connecting me with a lot of you, your deep knowledge, curiosity, and passion for the Villages movement, to the depth of experience of the staff and board of the Village to Village Network, their willingness to share and to be within reach. We see great value in being part of a robust membership and the network's history of and future of advocacy and policy making on behalf of older adults, of course, but also on behalf of healthier communities overall. And that's really the heart of the Village spirit and movement.
That brings us to the top of the hour here and another program. And let me pull up the PowerPoint. Let's see, is this staging a gala, that one?
No, the new tactics and develop. Oh no, Katie, you're doing your own. Okay, Katie's doing her own first.
Okay, got it.
And okay, so welcome everybody back. Hope you had a nice quick break. Sorry. Hi to my pals. Big shout out to Mount Vernon Home. No offense, Katie, but that's sort of my village, you know, my peeps. So we're gonna let you get started. Take it away.
Thank you, Barbara. So glad to be here. And thank you all for joining me today. In order to be sustainable, most villages will need to bring in funding beyond member fees if you do charge those. Yesterday, we heard from Carol about the tactics needed when approaching foundations with grant proposals. And among the myriad of other ways you can garner community support, business partners and virtual galas are two of the avenues we're going to focus on in this session. You'll first hear from me about business partners, and then from Paula and Jan from Mount Vernon at Home about online galas. Please add your questions and comments to the chat as we go along so we can cover this topic together. You might not think of yourself as a fundraiser, but you are here and you care about the viability of your village. So let's jump right in. I am new to the Village movement. I'm Katie Brandon and the new executive director of Pasadena Village. I just joined in December. I've had the privilege of working with nonprofits over the past 15 years, specializing in operations and development. Before starting as the executive director, I was with the LA Arboretum Foundation in a larger development department of a $4 million budget operation. And prior to that, I was the assistant director of a small history museum with an operating budget of just under 1 million. I've also served on the board of an all-volunteer nonprofit, the Burbank Philharmonic Orchestra, and seen what an organization with limited resources and no staff can do to raise funds to further their mission. Business partners can be a great addition to your fundraising, and you may want to enhance your business or corporate dollars that you already bring in. So where do you start? To start, prepare your team, build your team. You'll need one main person to be a cultivator for each potential partner. And they're going to be key to building the relationship. It will be good for the business to hear from others in your village, your leadership, your executive director, board members, or other members of the village. But one point person at the beginning will be key. Other members of your team can help with graphic design, writing thank you letters, and fulfilling the promises you have made and the benefits you have offered. Businesses want to sponsor your village because you can offer them their target market. They have marketing funds and philanthropic funds. Those who are donating because they believe in what you're doing are great, and this will all be value added. They'll likely contribute more like an individual donor. And don't mind what you offer on your benefits page, but don't discount them. Showing them the value of their partnership will only help in renewing it in the next year. But those who are spending their marketing budgets, that is why you need to demonstrate what you can offer. So what can you do for them? Can you list them in your newsletter, your annual report, on promotion of events, either in Zoom or in person, or on social media? What are you already doing that a business can be part of? And how can you help them? Can you provide content for their emails and newsletters, or be a resource for their staff and their clients? And start thinking about fulfillment now. Who's going to do this, and how are they going to do this, and how much time is it going to take the people in your village to do this? Depending on the level of sponsorship, at Pasadena Village, our partners get recognition in the promotion of programs that we are already offering. I made this flyer and saved it as a PDF to send out and share by email. Pasadena Village was able to share it with our community, but we also have had our sponsors help us promote events like these to their clients and staff. I played up their logo and included a short description of the program, a way to register, a description of our village, and contact information at the end. Clifford Swan, in this case, also received logo recognition on our website, an email confirmation to all registered attendees to this program, verbal recognition at the beginning of the program. This event was sponsored by Clifford Swan, and on-screen recognition during this title slide at the beginning of the presentation, and another mention of their name on our website near the recording link afterwards. Here are two screenshots from one of our recent e-newsletters. On the left, you can see that at the end of every newsletter, we list all of our partners. On the right is a screenshot from near the top of the newsletter, usually just after the title article, where we feature a partner each time with a logo and a link to their website. Both of these are great reminders to our members and other newsletter readers that not only do these businesses support our village, but that business partnerships are available for other businesses that might be looking to reach their target audience. We choose not to sell or offer ads in our newsletter because we find managing the specs and the deadlines is kind of a lot to manage with our limited staff. And we also consider our newsletter space very valuable to spread the work that we're doing. But that might be something you want to offer. In promoting your benefits, quantify as much as possible, especially who the business will reach. How many followers do you have, subscribers, website views, or how many attendees do you anticipate at upcoming events? They want to reach your members, but also the broader community. So consider putting their name on events that you have that draw a larger audience. And what do you know about the audience, and how can you share it with a potential business partner? Their age, their socioeconomic status, or what is your geographic reach? And don't make assumptions. They might not know how large your reach is. Think about the design of the PDF you're going to be sending out by email or printing and sending to them. It might be time to invest in a designer or identify a volunteer who has those skills. Have your development committee or several people you trust review and proofread again. Triple check the amounts and the names of levels for consistency. Make sure you have a clear way for them to sign up. We found out when we first launched our program last year, some businesses wanted to pay by American Express, but our processor didn't accept that kind of credit card. So now we have a direct links for people to pay via PayPal as well. I put a question after printed brochure because you just need to assess your audience. We only email our packets normally and have printed only a few in-house for those times when we've met with a potential partner in person. So we've saved a little bit on printing costs and postage. I go so far as to suggest you craft your thank you letter now. You're going to get great sponsor in the door and you want to be ready to get it out, even if you're swamped with other things. I've included a scan here of a recent personalized thank you letter with the person's name, preferably by someone who that business contact has already talked to. Here's the second iteration of our business partner benefits at Pasadena Village. I know it might be a little small here, but I want you to focus on the tiered system of benefits so people can clearly see how much more they're getting for which partner level they're signing up for. To distinguish the levels and to get partners to consider a higher level, consider where you can offer more viewership and how you can make their logo more prominent. Can you make something exclusive just for certain partner levels? You'll need to ask for amounts that correspond with what your village can offer. Maybe you can only manage 3 or 4 benefits, and that would be a great start. Just get started. You can always revise it and refine it later. None of this is set in stone. Now your village is ready to approach local businesses. You know what you're offering and how you're offering it. So start by figuring out what low-hanging fruit are there for you. Your members know and use financial, legal, and professional firms. Volunteers also know business contacts. What businesses already know about you and want to support your mission? Past presenters and vendors are great, like the copy machine company, the IT company, phone service providers, event companies, rental companies. Go after those businesses that you know the business owner or decision maker, and maybe they've already been asking about their village or they have a family member who's involved. They want to sponsor your village because they know you can offer them their target market on a silver platter. So who is trying to reach the audience you can offer? For us villages, what businesses want to reach local older adults? We wrote an email to our members as we launched our program for the first time, asking them that for contacts in finance, real estate, legal businesses, so that we could reach out to them, because we knew these businesses and senior living communities are looking for older adults in the Pasadena area. Even small communities have local businesses that are looking for new customers. So now it's time to talk about how you're going to cultivate these partners. Here's my calendar of contact points. And I've counted over 20 times you might be talking to a potential business partner from initial contact until the following year when you're going to be asking them for renewal. Don't worry, some of them are really easy. If you have a monthly e-newsletter or newsletter and you've subscribed the right contacts from the business to that, that's 12 contact points already. So let's start from the top. You've got to call them. Practice your script. Once you're ready, start with someone you know. For example, maybe that friendly presenter from last month's panel on home health care. Yeah, you know, that Mary, she was there and she was nice. I got to know her. So, hi, Mary. We're still getting some great comments from the panel last week, I said when I called her. Thanks so much for being on it. I loved how you shared a little bit about your personal experiences with caregivers. We have this new business partner program we've just launched, and I'd love to share some information about it with you. It'd be great to continue working with you and get some more visibility for Heritage Home Care. Would you mind if I sent you some information? Oh, great. Let me check. I have your email. Okay, thanks a lot, Mary. I'll give you a call next week to see if you have any questions about it. So what worked? I used their name and their company name. I kept it short. Details can all come later. Suggest you follow up, because wouldn't it be great if they commit before then? Okay, so you're ready. And you've crafted a friendly email using their name again and their company name, double checking the spelling, and included a link to the page on your website where other sponsors might be already listed. Attach the sponsor benefits in a nice grid so that they can understand what they're looking at, and include the name, or better yet, CC the village member who knows them. Maybe they've hired them in the past. Give them a little peer pressure, and make sure there's a link for a way for them to pay and sign up. And follow up with as promised. Mark it on your calendar for next week to call Mary. But maybe she's already come through by then. She's made the decision, happy to donate to your village. Great. So celebrate. Tell your development committee. Make a note to mention it at the next board meeting. Definitely tell anyone who helped with the cultivation, even if all they did was give you a name. And thank them also. Maybe they'll reach out and thank the person as well. There you go, another touch. Okay, on to the best part of working in fundraising and development, thanking people. If they just sent in a form or paid online, pick up the phone. Thank you so much, Mary. This means so much to the village. We can't wait to start partnering with you and promoting your home care business. And send a thank you email and ask for their logo, an ad, or whatever else you promised that you might need down the road. Mail them a lovely letter and personalize it with their name. So you might be saying, okay, why are some of these blue? The blue ones are the ones I think are easy to get help. So it isn't all up to you, the cultivator, because we're only at touch point 6 and you might be thinking, this is a lot of work. I've got other things to do running my village. Yes, it is, but you wanted partners and your village might desperately need new funding sources. And this is really about forging a true partnership. So number 7, this is key. The person who wrote the check or made the decision might not be the person who is marketing the business and might not be the person who makes the decision next year. So here's another chance to make a call or be efficient and do it when you thank them and call up Mary again and say, you know, we're so grateful we can promote Heritage Home Care. Who should we talk to about what kind of programs you want your name on? Okay, how do I reach them? Great. So now you've got another person or people that you can reach out to who will also be getting your monthly newsletters, reminding them that you're there and you're promoting their business. And what a great way to get in touch with someone, to thank them also and tell them that you're going to be doing this for them. Numbers 21 to 24 are about specifically program partnerships. So we do a lot of this at Pasadena Village. So make sure that you are continually sharing with them when you put their name or their logo on anything. Forward it to them, remind them, call them after the event and let them know how successful it was and how great it was to promote their business to all the people who attended. Can you thank them too much? I don't think so. Maybe someone can write them a personal thank you note halfway through their partnership or near the end. By this point, you've talked to them or had contact with them at least 20 times. So when you call them next year and they remember you and they see the value of your partnership with you, having them renew will be easy because you're offering them visibility and access to their target market. So you can offer them just a little bit more. You're going to call them and tell them, you know, I want you to see our new partner benefits. I added this one just with you in mind because I know you were asking about on-site visibility or having another opportunity to meet our members or the community. And thank them as much as possible. Even small businesses, small villages can start small and scale up with the businesses they reach out to. I hope you've learned how you can add to your business partner program or get one started at your village. I find it critical to remember, like I said before, that this is a true partnership you're trying to build. You're helping the business reach their target audience, promote their brand, and can be a resource for them and their clients. They are providing your village with much needed funds. They're helping you promote your village and the village movement, and can help you sustain your organization and grow. Thank you so much for joining me. Feel free to add your questions to the chat and I'll take a look at them as we go on to hear from Paula and Jan from Mount Vernon at Home about fundraising for events, which I absolutely love.
Thanks so much, Katie. And as Katie said, she and I and Paula too are available to all of you after this presentation. We realize that we don't have near enough time to explain everything in detail. Katie did a wonderful job to walk through her program, and her, like our presentation, will be available to everybody to really give some how-to and go-to steps, but you can always reach out to both of us. And I'll say that on behalf of Katie, because I'm sure she's okay with that too. And we can I'll put my direct email in the chat as we go along, but I wanted to introduce what we're gonna do now. which is talk in a little bit different vein of fundraising and development about setting up and running a gala a la COVID, like a la mode, which is a nice way to put ice cream on top of something horrible like the pandemic. I'm Jan Buchanan, and I'm the director of Mount Vernon at Home. I started with Mount Vernon at Home on April 1st, 2020, which is a very cruel April Fool's joke for me to start this program and think I'm stepping into this wonderful group that has such a long-standing history, and we are in the middle of a pandemic. I, like Katie, spent years in different aspects of nonprofits. I ran a large national nonprofit that managed gifting programs and legacy programs for about 15 years. But I'm thinking I'm bringing all this expertise in leadership and development to bear in this wonderful grassroots organization. But I was not prepared for this. So like all of us, it's been quite a ride. But we do have an established village, and it has been around for 15 years in 2022. It's Barbara Sullivan's former hood and her baby that she has grown and nurtured. Paula also came into her board leadership, Paula Lettuce, who's going to be speaking to us through the presentation, also in early 2020. So the two of us hung on tight to a boat that was moving unsteadily in some pretty rough waves. And we put our heads together to figure out how we were going to take what was a long-standing, beautiful annual event in person and a huge part of our revenue stream and continue to try and make it work during the pandemic. So Paula also has a great deal of expertise in government. She spent many, many years with the feds and then moved into executive management with a nonprofit as well. So the two of us really were a wonderful pair in being able to come together, which helped both of us from a strength standpoint and a support standpoint. So without any more ado or delay, I want to introduce Paula Lettuce, who's going to run through our presentation, which too is very detailed. We won't get through all of it, but you're welcome to follow up with us afterwards. So Paula, please take it away. And I think this isn't the right program. And Steve's going to put Paula's PowerPoint up there for us.
Okay. Thanks, Jan. As Jan said, I am Paula Lettuce. I'm the board chair and of Mount Vernon Home, and our village is kind of a fun village. We are on the property of George Washington's former estate. Our boundaries are south of the city of Alexandria to the estate and along the Potomac River. So if you got to be in a beautiful place to live and a beautiful place to have a village, we're it. I began with Mount Vernon at Home as a driver, and then what we used to call as a friend of the village, and became a board member 4 years ago. I've done a few galas for some other local nonprofits. So I get to have the same fun with our village. And then hopefully you'll have members and volunteers who have some event experience, whether it's with their PTA or a church or neighborhood. Just find those people and engage them. In the past, as Barbara Sullivan remembers so well, our gala was an outdoor event under a tent at River Farm on the Potomac in May. There were typically around 100 people who came to that event. They were members, they were sponsors, volunteers, and other supporters of our village. We were supposed to be at River Farm in May 2020 and had a deposit in place for a year, but COVID locked us down. So fast forward, here we are with staging a gala. I'm going to move really quickly through the slides because there's a lot of content in them that we don't necessarily need to go over. But we'll entertain questions at the end and handle any emails that you would like to send to us. Okay, next. Our presentation will discuss how we planned and staged 2 galas because we did virtual in 2020 and again in 2021. How we budgeted and managed them financially, and of course, the lessons learned. You know, every event has its highs and its lows, and then we'll go over the results. Next, we had to be resilient. We had no idea where we were going or how we were going to do it. And we needed to make a fast decision on whether to postpone or just cancel outright. Where to have it, what the gala would include, how to generate much needed income, as we received no governmental support and currently have no grants in place. So it's dues and fundraisers and donations that keep us going. And depending on the year, the gala can be either anywhere between 1/4 and 1/3 of our annual income. Next. Upfront, advanced planning is critical. You have to lay out a plan into very discrete modules. It won't be as overwhelming then as you embark on planning your event. You need every step, every assignment, no matter how mundane that item is. I mean, even if it's schedule a meeting, put that on the action plan. You need to consider timing, your logistics, what kind of a program you'll offer, and then how to budget. And then you need to schedule regular events with your team or your sub teams. Next, please. This is a really busy table. It compares our 2019 gala with the 2 subsequent ones. So we slipped to September 2020 when we realized that we could, in fact, attempt to pull off a virtual gala. And Jan found that it was Grandparents' Day in September, so we had our gala on a Sunday instead of our traditional Thursday. So perfect timing, and we landed really well with that one. And we use that a little bit in our marketing. We've had honorary chairs in the past, but as our virtual gala approached, we thought maybe we could get our US Senator from Virginia. So Jan contacted Senator John Warner's office, our senior senator, and they provided a lovely video acknowledging our event and thanking our village for the work we do with seniors in our community. And then this year, Senator Tim Kaine, our junior senator, offered the same type of a video for us. So it's not that it's a long video, but it just shows that we got a little bit of star power behind us. And I think our members really love that exposure to our senators, even if it is a taped video. In the past, our refreshments were pretty much salads and sides with some desserts and wine and other beverages, not meant to be a full meal, just refreshments. To anchor this virtual gala, we partnered with a local independent restaurant. And we've got a nice relationship with them. They are on the Potomac River also. And we planned a 3-course meal. So it would be a salad course to start, a choice of a couple of entrees, and then with sides to accompany them, and then a dessert. And then we did wine. Single tickets got a half bottle of wine, and couples received a full bottle. We then needed to engage volunteers, and we had about 10 of them, and we had to construct driving routes based on the addresses of the attendees receiving meals and somehow distribute that workload between the volunteers. The volunteers then got their driving routes in advance, and hopefully they researched them, and they all converged at the restaurant in the parking lot an hour before the event was to start. They picked up all of the meals, they picked up all of the bottles of wine, and we also had some swag bags that they picked up. So if you had 8 deliveries going out and they were all single people, you ended up with 24 bags, 1 dinner, 1 bottle of wine, and 1 swag bag. We dropped the silent auction, obviously, that we had in years past, and concentrated on just a few live auction items that would appeal to seniors and as well to our sponsors. And then we had a reverse auction, which I'll talk about a little later, but it's kind of the just donate for the sake of donating, and some organizations call this give from the heart. And to collect the money, the day after the gala, we sent out invoices by email, and then fully collected for both years within 2 weeks of the event. So that worked really, really efficiently. And in the past, cleanup was done by a crew that had to take down tables, take tablecloths off, wrap up food, clean everything, and get the venue back to its condition and pack unpicked up auction items. Cleanup was as easy as it could be. All the attendees basically had to clean up in their own kitchens. So next, please. This is really important. It's easier to wing it if you are doing something live, but if you're doing something virtually, you need to have a written script and a timetable. Write the script even if the wording isn't religiously followed at the event, but it clearly assigns responsibility and timing. If you've got videos, whether they're for music or speakers, get them in advance and test the quality over and over. And whoever is going to be on the Zoom call leading the event, whether it's staff or an MC or other speakers, you should practice several times, including running the videos and testing their quality. In 2020, we really learned how to do this, and it went much more smoothly in 2021 in terms of the advance time. Video links were sent to all of the participants the week of the event, the day before and just before the event began. And as all of us know with Zoom, people can't find their links. So somebody needs to be there ready to provide links to people that email or call one of the coordinators as the event's starting. And then you really need to work on mute. And we have had a lot of practice with muting participants. Next, as Jan knows, I'm a stickler for budgets and controls. It was my career with the federal government. So every fundraiser should have a budget that's approved in advance and that is compatible with the organization's budget. So when your budget's being prepared in advance, you have anticipated income from a fundraiser and you have your anticipated expenses. As you would do with any event, you should be cautious about how much income you anticipate, and you should probably be liberal on expenses. It's always better to over-deliver at the end than over-promise. In the preparatory stages, we looked at our sponsor levels and benefits, and we're going to address that a little bit more in a minute. Because we were dealing with a small restaurant, we needed a clear cutoff date for reservations. And because a small restaurant in particular makes its purchases, puts its orders in advance of the event. So they need to reserve for dinners and other expenses and not allow anything to happen at the last minute. And finally, just like you would do with any event, only people who are authorized to make commitments on behalf of the organization should be dealing with any of the vendors or any of the suppliers, because having internal controls is important with the gala, just like it is for general operations. Next, please. Like Katie showed you, we had a very detailed sponsor chart, and not going to go through all of the benefits. You can see them in detail when you get access to the presentation after the event. But we had a $5,000 level in 2021 called Capstone, and that was aspirational. We weren't sure if we would get anybody, and we didn't. Perhaps we will next year. But at our $2,000 level, we had 4 sponsors at that level, and we were really surprised and very, very pleased. Sponsors, depending on the level, would get a designated number of dinners for the upper levels. They would have an event planned with our members at a future date, and then the higher levels would have a column in our monthly newsletter that highlighted their particular company. All sponsors, regardless of their level, are mentioned on our website with their logos, and everyone could contribute to the swag bags that our volunteers delivered with the wine and the dinners. And I invite you to study that chart later. We probably will revisit it next year and use lessons learned from this year as a way to launch for next year. Next, please. Silent and live auctions are fun. I think they're fun. And how you execute them and makes a big difference in how people feel about the event and obviously to the financial success of the organization. In our gala this year, our live auction included tickets to a Washington Nationals game. For those of you that don't follow pro baseball, that is our local team. A tour of our Virginia State House with one of our state delegates who is also an associate member like I am, and his parents are members of our village. And this is a guided tour of the State House and the first floor of our governor's mansion. And it was a very popular item. We had a case of wine that was donated and that was auctioned. And then based on the letters that we sent out to local businesses, we ended up with about $900 to $1,000 worth of restaurant gift certificates. And we had a lot of first-time businesses donating to us. So we split those into two different packages called dine rounds, and we tried to balance the value of those. So we had, they are always successful. Restaurants tend to generate more as an auction item than the face value of the gift certificate. We also have been doing something called a reverse auction, like many nonprofits do. This encourages people to give from the heart. And what it means is you start at a high giving level. In our case, we started at $1,000, and then we work down in increments, predetermined increments. A big tip that I would like to offer is that you never want to start at a giving level that you don't already have a commitment for. You don't want to say, let's start at $1,000 and then have this silent, pregnant pause with your audience, whether you're in person or whether you're virtual. We've sent out, we contacted certain of our donors in advance. This year we had $3,000 already in hand for two of the higher giving levels for the reverse auction. The week of the event, we also sent out an email with a description of all of our live auction items, and we encouraged non-attendees to bid, and we would bid their bids at the event if they were going to be competitive. So now, next slide, please. Okay, the week of...
Sorry, Paula, can I just, sorry.
Sure.
We want to make sure we have time for questions.
Okay, I'm almost there.
Good, thank you.
So it comes down to the wire. You got to go over, confirm all the reservations, confirm the vendors. Don't assume that everything's in place, and keep providing that Zoom link to the attendees. Next, this is a screenshot of the reverse auction with the bidding levels. You'll see Jan's picture photo on the top. I'm next, two of our members. And the one on the bottom is Virginia Hodgkinson, who is a longtime member, one of our founders. She was the past president whom I succeeded, and she was one of the organizers of the Washington Area Village Exchange. Steve, skip 2, please. This is the one that compares, there's a table that compares 2019 to 20 and 2021. It shows major categories of income and expenses. No two galas are the same, even though we did virtual 2 years in a row. The results in 2020 and 2021 were different. We got more sponsors money this year. We had more sponsors actually participate in the dinners. Turned out that the sponsors purchased 4 of the 7 live auction items, and some of them also participated in the reverse auction. Our net was 50% higher than last year. We still haven't gotten to the levels that Barbara got, but given the fact that COVID has been rampant for 1.5 years now, we've been really, really successful, we think, with how this gala has gone on. Next, we didn't have to deal with weather. We didn't have to deal with taking tables down or cleaning up. People could dress up for our gala if they wanted to for the screen, or they could be in their jammies. We didn't care. And more members who may have disability and mobility issues could attend. Next is a screenshot of our website showing a couple of our gold level sponsors. And then the next slide is a snapshot of a column that one of them wrote for publication in our newsletter. So every event's going to have some hiccups. Those are the things that go wrong. But we had a lot of halos, and we're really pleased to be able to have shared some of those planning tips and some of the experiences that we had with all of you. So it's fun. Galas can be fun. They don't need to be onerous. It's important, I think, that your face on the screen, especially for a Zoom call, shows that you're having fun and you're enthusiastic, and hopefully you'll have a successful virtual gala as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Paula. Katie, I think there were a couple of questions that you wanted to answer live.
Thanks, Jan. Wow, Paula, that was so fantastic. I knew some of the things you're going to share, but really detailed. It's got to help people with their events. So wonderful. We had a couple of questions in the chat or into the Q&A. The first one is, who do we consider partners? So being part of the Village movement, you know, we all know that there's a value to having older adults engaged in our communities, and they're buying goods and they're using services and they're voting, and and that's a really critical part of our communities. And so, you know, we are doing most of the outreach. We don't have very many partners knocking on our door. So, you know, the partners that you saw listed on our slide are mostly finance, legal, senior living communities, organizations, businesses that already serve older adults. We also have what we call community partners, and that's a very loose term that we use here. It's all kinds of organizations, mostly nonprofits, that also serve older adults in our community. And obviously we're not reaching out to them for financial support. So it just really depends on what kind of partnerships you want to forge in your for your village. I'll just jump on to the next question. I know we get questions about legal and ethical concerns. So the question is, how does one partner with a business asking for a donation and then avoid ethical concerns when later recommending these businesses services to village members? It sounds like a conflict of interest to ask for money for recommendations. So at Pasadena Village, we don't keep a service list of businesses in the community. Instead, we ask our members if they're looking for a new orthopedic surgeon or a plumber to make a request out to other members. And this also helps with our staff time so that we're not continually updating the list and making sure it's relevant and accurate. I know a lot of villages do it a different way. But that also helps with this because, you know, these are our business partners. They're businesses that support our village and our mission. Their name is on our website. Their logo is being promoted, but we do not put any indication of whether or not we recommend them or any other business. Actually, we have a policy. We do not recommend businesses as a village. So hopefully that helps quell your concerns. And like I said, we are reaching out to most of our business partners rather than them coming to the door. But it is a really important point to make sure that as you are fundraising, both with individuals, foundations, and with businesses, that you should have some kind of a gift acceptance policy. There's lots of examples online, and I'm sure the village, your village friends and neighbors can help you to have some kind of a policy, especially if you have concerns about certain types of businesses you wouldn't take funds from, because having a policy means that it's not you telling a business you're not accepting their gift or you telling an individual. It's, I'm sorry, our board approved policy says we cannot accept this type of funding. So that's a really important piece to your fundraising group. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. There was another question in there about the whole referral to professionals. I think we could spend another whole session on that, so I didn't really want to address that, but I just wanted to quickly, there were a couple questions about a little bit more about the reverse auction for us. And that, you know, we're calling it a reverse auction. What we're trying to do, as Paula said, is start low and bid high. And the idea is not that you're bidding on something, but you're actually bidding on buying a membership for someone who who can't afford it. So we, like many villages, have a member support fund where we subsidize memberships up to 100%. And so that part of our live auction was simply raising funds for that member support fund, and that calling it a reverse auction, to start low and end high, like in all bidding processes. But we're actually, the bidder is not buying something, they're just simply giving cash over to pay for memberships. And then the last question is about are we going to do a virtual in 2020? That's a question mark. We don't know yet. Someone else is also asking about ticket prices, which I did put in the chat. We had a member, single member, and couple member price, and then a non-member price. And then this last question just had to do with how many people attended. To give you an idea, we had about 85 people on average attend both, and Paula may have that exact number, but it's a pretty good number compared to maybe 100 or so who would come in person, maybe about a 20% decline, but higher ticket price and better value and less expense. So,
well, I know we've run out of time. Sorry, gals. Lots of information. We appreciate everything. I keep on saying in the chat, all this information is going to go, you know, when we unload all the materials and even the video. And like I promised, I think this is a good opportunity for us to have a webinar. So let's do that, a separate one from the conference, because I think there are more people that want to have interactive. So thank you all. And right now we're going to have Elise and Ellie come on over and talk about member groups multiplying connections from Mill City Commons. Take it away, girls, gals.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let me start to share the screen and hopefully we can make this work. Okay.
If you don't mind, we've got some naming protocols here. Your name is, what is your name?
Mine is Elise Lenahan.
Okay. And then the other.
And then we have Ellie Hands.
Got it. All right. Sounds good.
Okay, great. Good. And I think everyone can see the screen okay?
Yep.
Okay, wonderful. Well, I would like to just welcome everyone and thank Barbara and Steve and the whole group for putting on such a wonderful conference. My name is Elise Lenahan and I am the Executive Director for Mill City Commons. And with me today is one of our members, Ellie Hands. And Mill City Commons is a 13-year-old village within the city of Minneapolis. We have about 200 members, primarily living in the downtown area along the riverfront in multi-unit residences. And similar to Jan Buchanan, I started about a month before COVID as well. And when COVID hit, we were trying to really look at ways to continue the connectedness of our members and finding different options that members could get involved with each other in new ways. So we looked towards expanding our member groups. We had many member groups that had been ongoing member groups and were very vibrant, but we looked to new member groups to try to engage members that may not have been part of the community before. And so today we will be talking about 3 of those new groups, just to give you some ideas. However, I know many villages have very creative member groups. So if you have some that have worked for you, please put them in the chat to share with everybody. The 3 we'll talk about today are Organics Recycling, our Racial Justice to Action group, and the Future of Minneapolis group. So with that, before we get started, I just wanted to highlight some of the benefits we saw from these member groups included really expanding the awareness of members in understanding other members' interests. There was a lot of members that were interested in subjects and areas of the community that did not know that they had people living in their building interested in the same thing. So this did create a really great way to get new connections going. We also expanded our knowledge for the entire community, Mill City Commons community, from the perspective that we kept members updated on all of these groups' activities and work and findings, and created online forums and areas that people could access information on each of the groups. So it created a great amount of content for our website. And we also saw very positive outcomes within the community. We were able to get some marketing, PR and coverage on some of the activities we did, as well as community outreach, and we were able to recruit some new members. When we started expanding our member groups, we looked at some of the key drivers for success, and those drivers included finding some strong leadership within the membership to really keep the group going. And each of the groups had different ways that they work their group. However, there is good leadership and ongoing participation. We had the groups create goals and objectives so that as new members wanted to participate, there was something that they could look at and really understand what they were getting involved in. We also had the groups present to our board so that they had the board's acceptance and support, as well as updated the board on their ongoing activities and work. And some of the work groups were actually had time limits, which really worked to their advantage. Others are ongoing. Within our member communication, again, these new work groups provided great content and an ability to really get members having discussions and conversing on subjects that were different than what we had covered in the past. We also had the online access to information that really created more of an interactive process with our website. And then a really wonderful outcome was the integration with our program committee. We have a very robust calendar of programs and events, and we probably had over 30 to 40 programs and speakers that came from these new groups, ideation from these new groups. So with that, I'd like to start with, we are going to profile these three groups, and the first one is organics recycling, and I would like to turn it over to Ellie Hands, and she will share that group with you. And she was the co-chair of the organics recycling group. Ellie? Oops, Ellie, can you unmute?
That's a constant thing, isn't it? Somebody had developed a coffee mug that I saw, and on it you would hold it up and it said, "Would you unmute?" I thought that was a very clever marketing. Anyway, I'm a longtime member of Mill City Commons and co-chair of the Organics Recycling Group. And we were probably the poster child for some of the things that Elise has outlined, or that were the outcomes and benefits of these groups. We were the first group for Mill City Commons to be working out in the community, to be outreaching to the community. And you'll probably, you'll say, well, why organics recycling? What does that have to do with the village movement? And I'd have to say, and I'd ask you all, if you're like me, many of you have struggled with climate change, what to do about climate change. And it's just too big and too hard. And what can one person do? And so one of our groups that was already in place, the Women's Connect group, asked some of its members to do a program on climate change. And again, the presenters met and they said, climate change, it's too big, it's too hard. Let's focus our presentation on something manageable. And so we selected recycling. And as Elise said, we live in multifamily housing, condos here on the Mississippi River, in Minneapolis, townhouses, places where recycling is done by commercial haulers, and each apartment or condo building or townhouse has a private hauler that they may choose organic recycling, or they may choose plastics. It's a very hit and miss. So we decided we will focus on recycling for our presentation. And so we did the recycling presentation. After the presentation, these women from Women's Connect said, you know, we always see these presentations, but we never take any action. And so there we were, we said, okay, well, what can we do? And sitting next to me was a friend, Susan. She said, well, I'll chair a group. And I said, well, okay, I'll chair a group, I'll co-chair it with you. And so we put together a group of women who were interested in recycling. And we met and we said, we've got to refine this even more. You know, organics recycling is something we can do. It is something an individual can do. It's very satisfying. It's very simple. Let's decide to have this big goal that what homes where Mill City Commons members live will have plans for organics recycling. That's kind of huge. And then we looked at, you know, what is our structure then within a Mill City Commons? Are we a committee? Are we an ad hoc committee? Are we a task force? And we landed on the idea of being a work group. And a work group is defined by a group of people very knowledgeable in a subject that are working to achieve a specific goal. Well, that was organic cycling, the goal of getting plants in the homes, and that it's time limited. And we really like the idea of time limited, and that just really fit us to a T. And so since we were working in the community and we're going to use the Mill City Commons name, we went to the board of directors. Actually, we went on March 11th, 2020 to get their approval. And we outlined the benefits. Some of these Elise had put up on a slide, but this is what we said to the board. We will create community by engaging members in a new way, doing an activity in the community. We will build visibility in the community, and we will create potential maybe to gain new members, and we will produce opportunities for publicity. And I remember I mentioned that March 11th date because what was very interesting is that's the day the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 a pandemic. And the pandemic, as you've probably heard time and again during this conference, dramatically affected the way we would have to work. So what we did is, first of all, we decided that each work group member would be a mentor, you know, a mentor to somebody in a building where they wanted to start organics recycling and facilitate organics recycling. We realized we couldn't have big groups with presentations. We weren't going to be able to go into the building and really demonstrate how you do things. There were just a lot of things that we had to change differently. So we developed a wonderful educational materials. And I must say, we used the website, you know, the Club Express website has lots of opportunities for members to access resources. We made kits, 12 downloadable kits about how to do organic recycling. These pieces would be used by the mentors to direct a person on how to do organics recycling. We made a wonderful poster. You can see down there in the corner, this was on our poster, Save the Earth, one banana peel at a time. And that poster had a way that people could sign up. It was a sign-up poster that could be placed in a mail room of a building or in an elevator. And it was publicizing Mill City Commons Organics Recycling Group. We also had a forum on the website. And I don't know if many of you work with the forums, but it was a wonderful way for us to exchange ideas and to post things that people could read. And we really tried to post a lot on the what we called the climate change forum. And then that other picture that you see on this slide is a video that we made with one of our members who likes to be an actress, and she did the video of how you prepare your food to put in your compostable bag, and a how-to thing that could be used to show to individuals and if you're allowed, groups. So our materials were really quite robust and available on the website. We also had collected some materials from our county. Our county and our city are very, very committed to reducing food waste. And so they have a lot of good materials for us. So the next slide, Elise, please.
Just a second. There we go.
Okay, well, so to start off, again, we would have had, you know, an opportunity to talk to people, but we decided we would do an online survey to reach out to our households. And the survey was asking if they had organics recycling in their building. If they did they use the organics recycling? If they didn't have organics recycling, would they be able to work on it? And we got a 61% response rate, which we thought was really, really fantastic. And we got responses about 23 condos and 4 townhomes. And the results helped us target those buildings that didn't have organics recycling. And you see a map below, and it's really, I don't know if you can read it very well, but it shows that in total, we started out, there were 11 buildings that had organics recycling. And in the year, we added 7 new buildings. And then we also added drop-off sites in the community where people could take organics recycling if their building didn't have it. And so there were plenty of buildings that didn't have it, and also townhouses. As we sunsetted our program, we still had some buildings in progress. So we're still following those, even though our work group has officially ended. My co-chair and I have agreed to continue with follow-up for those groups. Again, the other thing I should say we had is a kickoff program. And of course, we had to do it on Zoom. And as all of you know, we were learning Zoom, and it was a daunting task, but we had great fun doing it. And we had a wonderful video introduction on Zoom from the Mayor Fry, the mayor of Minneapolis, who endorsed what we were doing and our commitment to climate change and organics recycling. And we showed our video, and we had speakers with slide presentations. So it was really quite fabulous. 41 members and guests attended that. So again, we had another list of people who were interested in organics recycling. And so we had people from the survey, we had people from the presentation, kickoff presentation, and in total, we found 72 individuals who had indicated in one way or other that they would be interested in working on organics recycling. And we made personal telephone calls to all of those people. So that was how we found the people in the buildings that our work group members who were mentors would work with individually to help them plan for the program in their own building. So slide 3. Elise, can you change the slide?
Yeah.
Thanks.
There we go.
So as we said to the board, we would bring publicity to Mill City Commons. And I think we really did. We did within our own community of Mill City Commons members, because we had articles in our newsletter that goes out to our members, the musings, which covered what we were doing. And also we put a tip, organics change, climate change tip in their weekly or monthly. We have in our, the area that we live, that we were talking about in Minneapolis, is called the Mill City District. They have a newsletter as well that's on the internet, and part of that newsletter, they have a video section where they interview notables in the neighborhood to talk about their programs. And so my co-chair and I were interviewed for the Mill City Times, and that interview was distributed to the Minnesota channel, which is a Minnesota TV channel that's seen by a lot of people. And it was also made into a YouTube that they posted. We also got let's see, you see that it was called Milling About. So it's a Mill City Times production. And then the next thing that you see on the slide is the article that was in the spring newsletter of the management company that manages a lot of the apartments and condo buildings. And they put this in their spring newsletter, which goes out to all of the board of directors of those condo buildings. So we reached a lot of people with the publicity where it needed to go, which was in our neighborhood and in the community. So as you know, we wanted to really sort of have a discussion about what the impacts really were. And I think we would say that the impact was that we engaged members in a new way, and we had a positive impact on our community. We showed to the community that Mill City Commons was a force for social good, and it was beneficial to our reputation in the community. And we inspired the other group development, as Elise mentioned, within our own organization. So I will let Elise follow up with how the other group development happened.
Thank you so much, Ellie, and thank you for all your work on this amazing work group. So we will, as Ellie said, the organics recycling inspired two more groups, one being racial justice discussion to action. And this group took a little different format. They are more of a monthly discussion group. However, there is a steering committee. So there was a group of member leaders that have put together monthly reflection questions and resource materials that stimulate the monthly discussions. In addition, again, this group took the lead from organics recycling and created a portion of the website as an online forum to list community activities going on around racial justice, so that members would have more access and the ability to participate in those than they had in the past, which was really terrific. And we have had, as I mentioned earlier, amazing ideas for speakers and networking that has happened within the community around racial justice with volunteer programs as well as a part of this particular member group. And then the last member group I wanted to highlight that was new to us in the last year is called the Future of Minneapolis. And this group was generated in a response to a program that we had with the mayor of the city of Minneapolis. And after that program with the mayor, we had a number of members that stayed on the Zoom call and talked about some of the different issues with the city of Minneapolis that they were interested in. And that group decided to create a group that meets on a monthly basis. The leadership of that group changes, and so each individual takes a turn leading each month, but the group divided into subgroups to work on individual topics, as you can see, the city's economics, the racial justice, citywide safety, citywide governance, and jobs. And each of those subgroups then comes back to the monthly meeting and reports out on their work within the community. And it has become a very strong way for members that are out in the community to network together and hear about different opportunities happening that we hadn't had access to in the past. The other piece of this is this group has been very much a part of different community engagement and activism, and is able to keep our whole membership abreast of what's happening in the city of Minneapolis, as well as provide a wealth of programming opportunity or programming speakers for our program committee to use. So with that, I hope we just shared some new ideas with you on different kinds of member groups. I see that many of you in the chat have listed some fabulous groups that your villages have had going both pre-COVID and hopefully now that we start to come out of COVID. And I don't know if we have, let me take a look and see if they're, there's one question. Are member or affinity groups limited to paid village members or open to others? Within the organics recycling group, I believe you worked with non-members within some of the buildings. Is that true, Ellie?
Yes, yes, we did. And actually, that did lead to some people joining. So
right.
I think I can count, several that I know. Of course, I don't know about in all the buildings, but yes. And, it involved, multiple people in those buildings to pull something off, like getting organics recycling through the process and okayed by the board of directors of the building. So many people were involved that were non-members.
Right. So that worked really well for us. And as Ellie said, but all of these groups, because they were more community focused, we just did a trial membership and we were able to get 16 new trial members off of this for this last quarter. So they were successful in getting the word out about Mill City Commons. We do have a little more time. We had another question that said, do you consider group members that could be intergenerational? I think that's a fabulous idea, and that's something we are looking at. We don't have a group right now, but we'd love to have a group that's intergenerational. And then how do you handle affinity groups using your village name when taking positions on issues that may be controversial? And that we have been very careful to be committed to our nonprofit status and maintaining a nonpartisan approach. So if it is a controversial issue or an issue that is political, we don't address it with our village or the village name. And what's your median or average age? Somebody asked, and our average age is 76 right now. So I think with that, if there are questions or things that came in the chat, I wasn't able to see all of those. There was one question, Ellie, about how have you been involved with the city with organics recycling? Have they come to you, or have you created any sort of relationship with the city?
Yes, we have the responsibility for the organics recycling for multifamily buildings rests with the county. But the county and the city work together, and we know the organics recycling and recycling people in their departments there. We use them as resources. We've brought them in as speakers now when that's available to some of the sites, and I can't say it's like a partnership. We've thought of them as partnerships, but yes, we do work with them.
Great, good.
Elise, you had one more person. Carrie Lawrence wanted to ask. She's on here, I think. Carrie,
oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you, Barbara.
She raised a hand, so I don't know if.
Okay.
Are you there?
I'm here, but that was a mistake. Sorry, I did that.
No problem, no problem. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, sorry, Lise.
Okay, so I think then if we didn't reach you in the chat or you have more additional questions for Ellie or myself, please don't hesitate. I'll put our emails in the chat and please don't hesitate to email us. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. That was a lot of information, a lot of chatter about members and groups, and thanks for sharing. I appreciate it. We are coming up on break time. So we're going to take
We've got this break. We've got Vitality Society.
Right. So I'm going to turn this over to Meredith Oppenheim. She is going to have Sumana do an exercise, a stretch exercise. So I'm going to let you guys take it away.
Okay. Can you say a few words?
Yes, can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, is Meredith here also? Do you want to say something?
Let's see. I will search. Meredith, if you're in the audience, raise your virtual hand and we'll bring you on. And I don't see any virtual hands being raised.
Then I can just go ahead.
And then you're Hilary Simmons here. Let me just correct the name that we have for you. And then if Meredith comes on before the end of this, she can say a few words.
Yes, sounds good. So I am here as a representative of a very wonderful group called Vitality Society. And I'm here to help you release some tension from the body and do a rejuvenating stretch. Yes. So I have a chair next to me also. So I'm going to start in a standing position and you can choose whether you want to sit here or whether you want to join me in a standing position. Yeah, I'll sometimes come and sit also. Okay. So let's start. Let's find the feet. Yeah. And maybe the first thing we do is just to shake the body. Yeah. Maybe you shake the arms. Maybe you shake the chest, maybe the head, maybe the legs. Yeah, I'll come in a seated position also and do some movements here with you. Yeah. And as you're shaking the limbs or the torso or the head, let's take some deep inhales and exhales. Yes, a little bit more. I'm assuming you've been sitting for a while. Okay. And then you can let this disappear and just sense what kinds of sensations you feel in the body. Maybe you feel some energy pulsating, some sensation of warmth, for example. Good. And then let's find one palm under the other hand. And let's put the hands close to the navel, close to the belly. And with an inhale, exhale, let's move the arms close to the chest and the throat and the face. And then all the way up over the head and down through the sides of the body. And then again, we come to the front, from the belly to the chest, the throat, the face, and over the head. You can also do this in your own time. Yeah, and as you do a few more of these, let's feel how the abdominal muscles lift up a little bit, how the chest expands. Maybe the chin lifts also. Maybe there's a slight bend toward the back. And then a few more times, lifting the energy up and opening the chest. These are so good to do after we've been typing and leaning over devices in front of us. And then last time, a deep inhale, exhale. And then we stay here. Maybe one hand stays close to the thigh. If you're in a seated position, you can also take hold of the chair from the side. And then the left arm comes over to the side and maybe we move a little bit from one side to the other side. Yeah. This is to start opening the side of the body. In the rib cage, we let the ribs move a little bit away from one another. Yes. And then maybe last time, let's stay here. Let's see if we can go at a deeper diagonal. Now let's relax both shoulder blades. And then with the next inhale, exhale, we come up. Yeah, if you're in a standing position, you put the hand close to the thigh or on the hip. Seated here, you can take hold of the chair perhaps. And then again, this side also. A little bend and extend here. Yeah, so this, your right side of the lungs feels more expansive here. So really inhale, exhale into the right lung. And then next time, let's make this the last time. We stay here. Let's relax both shoulder blades. Feel the length between the hip bone here and then the armpit, the side of the arm, the elbow, the fingers. And very good. We come back to the center. Now let's bring one arm to the front. Palm faces away from you. The other palm comes over it. And then let's move the hands so that you can clasp the fingers like this. Yeah. And we keep the hands here on the level of the chest. We go a little bit side to side. If you're in a standing position, I'll demonstrate. Make sure that the hips stay in one place. And this is to move the rib cage now in a rotational manner. Yes. You can do this faster or slower, depending on how much energy you want to create in the body. Notice how wide the chest remains. Yes, the collarbones horizontal. And a few more times. This can also be much slower. And then to stay in the center, let's see if you can like pull the fingers apart. This is to create a sensation of strength. Yeah, it's like the elbows are coming more to the side, but the fingers are clasping really hard. Okay, and then we let this go. Let's put the fingers over the front of the shoulder. This is another one of my favorite stretches. We lift the elbows and then they go back to the back of the body and then down to the sides. Yeah, if you want to, you can also make these much smaller here in the front. This is also so good. Now, nice stretch to open the front of the body, the chest. Yeah, if you want, you can also bend the spine a little bit. Yeah, if you want, you can even maybe lift the head. Deep inhales, exhales. We open the armpit. How is it going so far? Yes, and then last two. And then last one. And now let's move the arms to the back. Yeah, if you have a chair, maybe you can hold on to the back of the chair, or if you're in a seated position, you can even clasp the hands at the back. Yeah, this is another opener for the chest. Good. And then we come to the front. Now let's open the back also. You can stay standing in a seated position. Yeah, maybe the fingers again to the front, and then we curl the back like this. Let's make a big round back. Yeah. So all of these movements follow the way of your spine. Also, if your spine doesn't want to round so much, then you don't have to. We pull the belly in, we move the shoulder blades apart. You can also tilt the head to the front a little bit. Okay. And then if it's okay with your body, maybe we'll lean over the thighs. And you just take a moment here. You can wrap the hands, the arms around the backs of the thighs. If you're in a standing position, you can come closer to the thighs, the knees if you want. If your spine feels better being in a horizontal position, you can stay here too. Hands are on the thighs. If it's okay with the spine, you can come with the chest closer to the thighs. You can let the head move also. Relax here. Okay. And then if you're in a standing position, let's pull the belly in. We relax the knees a little bit. You can put the hands on the thighs and we come up with a round back or with the straight spine. In a seated position, we just come up. Okay. And now let's do something for the legs also so you feel the ground. Let's lift one leg, we put it down. We lift the other leg, we put it down. Yeah, feel the sits bones if you're in a seated position. Now let's do a few of these. Yeah, just kind of like walking with the legs like this. In a standing position, we lift. This is good for balance also, and we lift. Yeah, and we lift. This is also engaging the abdominals. And last few. And then last time, now if possible, let's bring the thigh up. Let's hold on to the shin, and we move the ankle a little bit. Yeah. We rotate it, or you can also flex, yeah, check in with the feet, yes. And then we put this leg down, we lift the other one. If you're in a standing position, yeah, maybe lift it a little bit or maybe more. And some movements here for the ankle, for the toes, if you can move the toes. Okay, and then we put the foot next to the other foot and let's lift the arms up. And a deep exhale. And another lift. And an exhale. And last two. And then last one, let's have the palms come together. And a big thank you to you and your body for being here and for taking care. Yes, I wonder if Meredith is there and wants to say a few words also.
Yeah. Oh, you can't hear because the host stopped. Okay, if the host could please start my video. Thank you. Hiei, so beautiful, wonderful to have you. We're also grateful to the Village Movement for allowing us to be part of your ecosystem. We have over 10 villages that we support and close to 50 members that we serve. And we very much look forward to everybody participating. So I'll just wrap by putting the link in the chat if you'd like to join us for a complimentary month. And we also offer all of our village members a $10 discount per month. So our retail price is $30 a month for over 80 classes live. And our village members have a discounted rate, saving $10 a month. So we'd love for you to join us. And Hiei, thank you so much for joining us from Paris. We love it. And we love your class every Sunday. Thank you so much. And I'll just put this right here for everybody to have it. And I'm sure Barbara can share that at another time.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Awesome. Well, we're going to give everybody a little bit of a break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes, and our next presenter is Bob Blancato. So we're going to hear all the fun things about DC and what's going on Capitol Hill. So come back soon. It's going to be lively. We'll talk to you soon.
Whoops. Okay, we will set the timer for 5 minutes here. And then we'll be back for Bob.
Set it for 3 minutes. It's like
I got
3 or
it.
4 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That'd be good.
Well, hi, everybody.
Hello, Bob.
Hello, Barbara. How you doing?
Good, good. We'll be back live in about, well, 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Look at that clock. I love it. I love it. I feel like I'm testifying on Capitol Hill. Okay, well, I will mute myself and stop my video for a little while.
Okay, sounds good. I'll be back with you in a minute. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Steve, we back up and running?
Yep. And Bob, did you want me to run your slide deck for you?
If you would, I would appreciate that, Steve, very much.
No worries. Just say next and we'll make it happen.
Okay.
Okay, so I would love to welcome a good friend of the Village Movement and former 4 years and running, speaking at our conferences. Thank you, Bob Blancato. Bob is the president of Matt's Blancato, an associate government affairs lobbyist consulting firm in Washington, D.C. He's also the executive director, I think, of the national, the Nutrition and Aging Services Program, coordinator of the Elder Justice Coalition and Defeat Malnutrition. Thank you, Bob. You were very kind to give us some time. I know it's a moving target, so why don't you tell us?
Thank you, Barbara. I think my title says it all. I think that's a fair statement if anybody's watching the activities here in Washington. So let's go to the next slide, Steve, and thank you for your help. So it's great to be back at your conference. I wish it was live, like we all do. But, what I don't want to hear today are the three most common words we've been hearing for the last 18 months, which is that you're on mute. So I'm going to try my best not to be. Happy 11th anniversary. Barbara, my friend, I'll come here anytime you ask because your leadership and your vision on this organization, your steadiness, especially the steadiness during these tough times, is commendable. And I'm very happy that we're able to get together again. Glad to see that you continue to grow. And I think to say we live in interesting times is an understatement. A year ago, when I spoke to you, we had a different president, a different party controlling Congress. But a year later, we still have, next slide, the pandemic. The relentless nature of this pandemic is concerning and discouraging. But, there are signs that maybe the worst of the Delta variant may be behind us. Vaccination rates, especially among older adults, continue to rise. The approval of the boosters for certain populations is growing increasingly important. We have improved vaccines for children so they can go to school safely. And now, as you saw this week, maybe there's a pill to treat COVID should you get it. Next slide. And I'm going to talk about the pandemic in the context of certain issues that I know are important to folks in the villages. Nutrition being one. The pandemic has had a significant impact on in the nutrition space. We have food insecurity rates that seem to be doubling for certain populations. In response to that, we see a 14% increase in the enrollment in the SNAP food stamp program. Even if we don't have the actual data, we know that rates of malnutrition in older adults have increased in this pandemic. The Older Americans Act Nutrition Program, which many of you know, particularly on the Meals on Wheels part, went through its biggest change in its 49-year history. Before the pandemic, almost 2/3 of older adults in that program were served in congregate settings like senior centers. Today, in many parts of the United States, 95% or more are being served through home delivered meals. We are so anxious to see that change and get a safe return back to congregate nutrition. Next slide. Going to malnutrition for a minute. I want us to focus more attention on this as we go forward. We have concerns about hunger and older adults and food insecurity, but also we have malnutrition with 1 in 2 older adults either at risk of or becoming or are malnourished themselves. They're going to stay in hospitals longer. There's disease-related costs associated with malnutrition. We really have to focus on not just but it is about what you eat in the context of malnutrition. It is about the nutrients. And in that spirit, next slide, we are now in the middle of Malnutrition Awareness Week, which is a project created by the American Society for Parental and Enteral Nutrition. It is a week that has been acknowledged and recognized by the Senate last year with passage of a resolution. And I think they make a very bold statement in their logo for this week, which is nutrition is a human right. And let us all work to help stop malnutrition. Next slide. So because there's been such an impact on senior nutrition, one of the things that's emerged from the pandemic is that senior nutrition and nutrition in general has been recognized as a vital health and human service during this time. And as a result, 2 successive Congresses and presidents have supported 4 different emergency funding bills with a commitment of over $6 trillion totally for the Older Americans Act. And the nutrition programs alone receiving over $2.6 billion in additional funding during the pandemic. The Commodity Supplemental Food Program, which is an all seniors program, got a 15% increase. The SNAP program has received over $30 billion in additional funding for expanded benefits and new enrollees. And while we're concerned about food insecurity, we have to say, as the press has reported, these pandemic benefits have helped many more people remain food secure than had been originally projected. Next slide. So it wasn't just about money. There's also important flexibilities that Congress built into these emergency funding bills. So for example, in the SNAP program, you saw a 15% benefit increase. The next one is very interesting. When the pandemic began, there was only 4 states engaged in online purchasing of groceries. Now there's 46 states allowing online purchasing of groceries through the SNAP program. And the value of the benefits under online purchasing has gone from $2 million to almost $190 million just in the past 6 months. A number of waivers were approved to make it easier to certify, recertify, and enroll people in the SNAP program. In the Older Americans Act, we had other flexibilities built in, saying, for one thing, there were limits how much you could transfer in dollars between one program and the other. Well, when you have a transformation like this program went through, you need to have total flexibility so that if 100% of your money needs to go to home delivered meals, you can do so in your community. And there was another decision made by Congress to waive the dietary requirements for the meals that were going to be served under the Older Americans Act. This was very important because you had people who were not necessarily in senior nutrition who were available to offer up shelf-stable and frozen meals, but they didn't necessarily meet the criteria. If you waive the criteria, then you can expand your capacity, which they did. And then finally, the biggest impact is redefining what a homebound person is in terms of getting a meal. It now includes those who are socially distancing because of either local or state ordinances, which really increased the number of people served by the Older Americans Act. Now, next slide, please. There's other flexibilities in the Medicaid program. A very important one, increasing the federal match rate nationwide, which has allowed millions more people to get various types of home and community-based services under Medicaid. And I want to make a point there. We have seen over time the rebalancing of Medicaid, where it used to spend much more on institutional care than home and community-based care. Now it is spending more on home and community-based care than before. We all know about the expanded telehealth services under both Medicare and Medicaid, expanding the technologies that were allowed for telehealth delivery, service delivery, broadening the provider types that may provide services via telehealth. All very important. Over 150 different forms of telehealth and telemedicine were approved by the Trump administration to be reimbursed by Medicare, such as physical and occupational therapy and home health check-ins. And now, of course, there are various bills out there to make these permanent. They haven't passed yet. They're working on it. If this is of interest to the network, this Village network, then you should weigh in support of permanent telehealth provisions. Next slide. So let's go to current challenges in Washington, current excitement, what we call the Biden agenda, okay? I think it's safe to say as we gather today, we're at a crossroads on what is called the Biden agenda. So you got to learn 2 acronyms before you leave this presentation today. You need to learn about BIF and you need to learn about BBB, okay? Bipartisan Infrastructure Framework is BIF, Build Back Better Act is BBB. So now you've all watched, you read the paper, you see what's going on. The decision to delay the vote on BIF last week is driving the whole process in a new direction, okay? The BBB, the reconciliation bill, as people call it, which began at $3.5 trillion, is getting a haircut as we speak, okay? It's gonna be a smaller package when it's all said and done. But I wanna focus on what are in these bills that relate to older adults. So next slide. In BIF, you have in the original proposal the president put forward, what you would expect, the traditional infrastructure as roads, bridges, and highways, but a new focus on broadband as a form of infrastructure that is growing a need across this country. I mean, if we're going to expand telehealth, it's only as good as the people who have access to the technology to use it. The president is also focused on housing, climate change mitigation, manufacturing, R&D, workforce development, and as you can see, the billions for Medicaid. Now, the Senate took the president's bill and made some changes. They rearranged some of the priorities. Okay, they have 1 trillion versus 2.25 trillion. And they are pretty much focused on physical infrastructure, roads and bridges, railroads, mass transit, power grid, water, broadband, cybersecurity, and some limited climate change mitigation. Okay, now let's go to the BBB on the next slide. Now this is the much bigger package. This is the one that has what some people refer to as the human infrastructure side, the social infrastructure side. Okay, the American Families Plan was the original name of the BBB, and the president proposed it at 1.8 trillion with a range of issues around improving the subsidies under the Affordable Care Act, universal pre-K, free community college, and so on. But you got to really focus on the right hand of this column, because this is what's pending right now. The House, which has not technically passed this bill yet, it's ready to go based on what is going to go before the full House. It has started with $3.5 trillion. But you've noticed that the Medicaid home and community-based care has already dropped from 400 billion to 180 billion. The House bill so far would include dental, vision, and hearing as new Medicare benefits under fee-for-service Medicaid. They maintain the subsidies issues under the Affordable Care Act. They maintain universal pre-K. They maintain free community college. They expand the subsidized child care benefits. They expand to some degree the paid family leave provisions. They provide, and I'll talk about this a little more later, the $4 billion in new funding for elder justice or elder abuse prevention, additional funding for the Older Americans Act with a very important provision. And I don't want to get too DC oriented here, but you know, when the first 3 emergency pandemic bills were passed, with all the money that was flowing into the states, they were not required to match any of the money with state dollars. Okay. Well, unfortunately, they forgot to put that in the American Rescue Plan, the most recent spending bill. So now the money is sort of held up, waiting to see if they can eliminate the match requirement for the American Rescue Plan. That's included in the House bill. And then finally, a topic that you know gets a lot of discussion, a lot of controversy is what are we going to do about lowering prescription drug costs? Many different approaches. At the heart of it all is, will Medicare finally, for the first time in the history of the Part D program under Medicare, have the ability to negotiate for drug prices? Okay, that is a completely open question right now that will not be resolved for some period of time. So these are what we're looking at right now as we sit here. You notice that the Senate is quiet on this. We don't know what the Senate has in its mind right now. But let's go to the next slide and try to play the pundit role that I like to play sometimes. So, you know, you kind of need a crystal ball, which I don't have in front of me, to see how this is all going to shake out. But I can make a few predictions. Okay, we know that neither the 3.5 trillion that the president and the House started with, or the 1.5 trillion that Senator Manchin says is his number, will be the final number. The president has hinted several times now that the number may end up being somewhere around $2.3 trillion when all is said and done. But that's going to lead to some very difficult choices between worthwhile programs and initiatives. So let's take one as an example. Can we get both? Can we get all 3, hearing, dental, and vision, added to Medicare? Or do we have to have one? Or do we wait several years for it to kick in? Or do we limit it to certain people? These are kind of the choices that are going to have to be made. The other thing you have to focus on is that the bill's total spending cannot exceed what they call the pay-fors, tax increases, other adjustments that would bring more revenue in. The total cannot exceed the pay-fors, and those pay-fors have not been decided yet. You know, what improvements to Medicare and Medicaid are going to survive? Will we have, for the first time in our history, a family caregiver tax credit, which we've all been working for years? Will we end up with paid family leave, and for how many weeks? These are all questions that are out there being finalized now. And my final prediction is this whole thing is going to consume all of October, if not the rest of 2021. And I think we left it that if there are questions that you guys see coming in, we can stop the presentation at any point and deal with them. So I'll continue until you tell me otherwise. Let's talk next about elder justice. You know, and many of you have great concerns. I mean, there's nothing more important in a village than safety. And one of the things that threaten safety is elder abuse. And we know elder abuse is an ongoing problem in this country. And we have made tremendous progress in the elder justice space since last year. Congress, in both December of 2020 and March of 2021, passed bills to provide close to $400 million in new funding for the Elder Justice Act. Okay, after going 10 years and with a total of $70 million, in 3 months, $400 million was provided. The primary beneficiary of more than 90% of this money are state adult protective services programs to help address growing cases of elder abuse. But this is what really triggered the action by Congress. When they began to hear from their constituents or people representing older adults about COVID-related scams, like vaccine scams and cure scams, and the growing number of cases of self-neglect caused by isolation, they said, we have to do something. We need to put money in there. And the other entity that's getting money will be the long-term care ombudsman program. Those are the folks that investigate cases of abuse in nursing homes. Next slide. And the other major achievement that we're currently working on, which is in the Build Back Better bill, would really intensify the commitment on elder justice. They would add an additional $1.6 billion in new funding for adult protective services and the ombudsman. A critically important commitment of money to improve staffing in nursing homes. Okay, staffing in nursing homes, a critical issue. There's been shortage of staff for a long time. It's exacerbated by the pandemic. There needs to be more incentives for improving staffing in nursing homes. $500 million to support medical legal partnerships and legal hotlines to help, again, older adults in these situations. And $250 million for a very important new grant program for aging network programs to help combat social isolation. A brand new grant program that we're all very interested in. And I think it's important that the network weigh in, your network weigh in, because we don't want to, when this bill shrinks, when the big price tag shrinks, we don't want to lose these things that are included in the House bill. So that's why we want to work together on doing this.
Bob, we have a couple questions that are around that, so I don't want to lose track. This is good. Morgan Gopnik actually asked, how does the funding address self-neglect from isolation? Does it?
Well, I mean, the funding is directed to adult protective services who are responsible for investigating cases involving self-neglect, cases that get reported to them, and whatever services they provide to individuals in that situation, the funds would be used for that purpose. But they are the primary front lines, if you will, in dealing with all forms of elder abuse, whether it's physical, neglect, financial, or otherwise. And also, you know, it's about the ability to find ways to see if there are ways to build in additional supports. Yeah, so funds could be given for a village membership. Well, you know what? If you're smart enough to lobby that way, go right for it. I think if you demonstrate that a connection to having village membership can reduce isolation, sure, why not? You know, what's going to happen, you know, legislative process goes like this. The Congress passes a bill, but it's up to the federal agencies to implement the bill. So your focus when that bill finally gets passed is the Administration for Community Living, who will put out guidance and instructions on how these funds can be used. And, you know, at that juncture, that's probably a good time to educate them about where the village movement, the village activities could fit in. So, you know, don't bury that thought. It's not a bad idea.
Well, we've had those discussions with the ACL, and it seems like it was the beginning of the year, so they're sort of muddling through how to channel that money, whether it's through the OAA money or whatnot, and whether it's, you know, they just don't know how. I mean, the direction we would need is what avenue to pursue that, whether it's, you know, we don't have a lobbyist.
let me try to put it in the context I understand it right now. The first batch of money, the roughly $200 million that passed in December, that pretty much money hit the street in March, give or take, the elder justice money. They were given a range, Adult Protective Service was given a range of instructions on how they could spend that money. There must have been 12 or 13 different categories. And they published it in the Federal Register, which is what they should do. So part of the answer, Barbara, may well be not just talking to ACL, but talking state by state to Adult Protective Service offices to see what they're doing, because they're the ones that are now in charge of distributing this money. And all the feds are doing is providing guidance. It's going to be the same way. Another good example would be when the infrastructure bill passes. It's going to be hugely local determinations on how that money's spent. A mayor, a county executive, a governor, they're going to determine what the priorities are. Okay. So people who want to see X versus Y happen in infrastructure have got to transfer their energies from Washington to their state capital, to their county, or to their city, to say, we think, for example, that improving signage for older people to be able to see, or fixing sidewalks, or improving something basic that can improve safety is how we should spend this money. So there's several avenues to do lobbying and advocacy when it comes to this, but you should never forget how the money flows, and make sure you know the decision points. And we can provide a listing of all the Adult Protective Service offices to you with no problem at all.
That'd be great. We did have a couple more questions. Guessing, and this is from Edmund, guessing the pharmacy sector has the strongest lobbying force. What other sectors in the health realm have strong lobbies?
Well, somebody just typed in the health insurance lobby certainly does.
There you go.
I mean, you determine who has the strongest lobbying by who is getting threatened the most.
Right.
Because threats bring out all your power. Okay. And I mean, let's take the dental benefit, for example. They're expanding Medicare to cover dental oral health, right? Who's fighting that? The American Dental Association. Okay. They've suddenly popped up as a very strong voice, urging Congress to slow the process down on that dental benefit because they're worried about their reimbursement rate. Okay. Now, the pharmaceutical lobby clearly has strength and has deep reach. And it isn't only about the issue of, it's about the jobs that are in different districts based on where pharmaceutical companies are. Barbara, as you well know, think about New Jersey. Yeah, right, there we go, right?
Big.
So if you were to translate this down to some simple way, what people are trying to avoid in any industry right now is taking the big unnecessary big hit in what they call the pay for this big the BBB bill. Okay, a pay for can only be, there's only so many millionaires you can tax, there's only so many billionaires you can tax, there's only so many tax rates you can adjust, there's only so much you can get from capital gains. You have to get it from someplace else. Now, at one point, if it was going to be what they call HR 3, which is the prescription drug bill, that was supposed to produce a significant amount of savings that could be plowed back into expanding Medicare in that other direction. However, the industry pointed out that hit is bigger than anybody else had to take. So they're spending their time trying to find a way to lower that hit, but still end up with things like lowering drug costs and having a cap on how much people pay for drugs. But there are a lot of entities that are strong in the healthcare space. The nurses are strong. I mean, it all depends on what the issue is and if they're in the spotlight or not.
So this brings me to a couple of the questions. One's in the Q&A, but one is also in the chat. And that goes to the BBB bill monies that, it says, are these funds being used to increase the healthcare workforce? We know, and Eddie said something about in the questions also about the proposed increases in Medicare in the home and community-based services for the expansion of slots for increased pay for direct care workers. We have a huge problem, not just in direct care, but in direct care, but with home health aides, with home health. We have a serious shortage. It's scary.
Right.
Can you address that?
Sure. I mean, and this is, and I have spent a lot of time in this issue in a lot of different capacities, saying to folks, this is the opportunity of a lifetime. When the president first proposed $400 billion for home and community-based services to get rid of those waiting lists, to expand and improve the workforce, expand and improve, okay, through decent pay and so on. My sense of it was that everybody's going to have to work doubly hard to keep that alive, because even though those of us on this webinar know these issues pretty well, a lot of people in Congress don't have this thing understood. They're not seeing it the way they see certain other issues that that get brought to their attention. And so I think we're at a juncture now where the different entities who would benefit from this, including the people representing the workforce, need to make more noise, need to translate it more locally, need to point out where the shortages are, and be able to show where this bill could help address that very issue. Because I have real concerns that the 190 billion that's in the House bill may get cut. And if you go from 400 down to 190, that's already a big cut. And yes, it'll be more money than we've ever seen. But if you have an opportunity like this to say, we're making this investment for now and in the future, but there's not enough out there. There are not enough stories out there. There's not enough people pointing out why this is so important. And if you have a waiting list, part of the reason you have a waiting list in Medicaid for home and community-based service is because you don't have enough staff to provide the services to people. So, this is a place where the aging community, the disability community, they need to come together even more effectively, and the grassroots need to come together so effectively to push for this so it doesn't get lost in the shuffle.
So Bob, Scott asked a couple times, which national, and I can suggest a couple, but which national organizations are the best online ways to get congressional members to look at these issues? And I would say like Leading Age or, but in the nutrition,
Well, you've got, yeah, I mean, a lot of it depends on, the specifics of the issue. I mean, obviously ARP is very engaged in many of these issues, particularly on the caregiver side of things. And they have state chapters, everybody knows, and they're activating their state people to work with their state delegations. And Scott, nice to hear you back on this chat. National Council on Aging has a network of local providers, and they're not members per se, but they have a network out there. You've got, in the broad sense, you've got the Leadership Council of Aging Organizations, which constitutes 60 or 70 different groups who are taking positions very much on this reconciliation BPP bill. And then, you have the more niche entities based on like nutrition, like our NANAS group or Meals on Wheels America, the Elder Justice Coalition doing work in the elder abuse space, Leading Age you mentioned, right? So, it becomes incumbent on all the organizations representing older adults and the interests of their families and in the disability side of things to come together in prioritized way on what the most important thing to end up with is. And I don't think that's there yet. Okay. I'm not sure it's there yet. I think that, we have to see, I think that that home and community-based care money is a pivotal moment in our history. And how much of that can end up happening is going to be really, really determined by how much advocacy there's done on the ground for the next month or so. I see that Steve has moved a slide, so let me touch back a little bit more on the Build Back Better.
Go ahead. Thank you. Yeah.
Some other provisions that are in there for the Older Americans Act, $1.3 billion in additional funding for what, when we talk about the big reset in aging services, part of it is going to be to rebuild the senior nutrition program. A lot of senior centers, adult day centers have been closed for some time, and some of them can't open again until they get properly equipped to meet social distancing requirements and so on. So there's a lot of infrastructure work that has to go in senior centers. Workforce development counts here too. It isn't just in the home and community base. This is in the aging network as well. They need more help in the workforce. And nutrition infrastructure. You know, some people have done remarkable things during this pandemic, but you know, their delivery vehicles are wearing down. Their kitchens are overwrought. They need new equipment. This is part of what the money would be used for. And I mentioned the match issue before, so we'll move on to the next slide. I want to talk to you about fiscal year 22, which, if you didn't notice, began October 1st. The only reason you would have noticed it if the government shut down, you would have said, oh, it's tied to the beginning of fiscal year 22. Well, it began as scheduled, but we are nowhere near ready to tell you what the final numbers will be for this fiscal year for a whole bunch of different programs. And in fact, all they did pass the other day was an extension of the what they call the continuing resolution until December 3rd. So come December 1st and 2nd, we'll be up against the wall again. Will the government shut down on midnight on December 3rd, or will they finish work on these bills? And I wish I could tell you the answer. It's not the president's fault, and it's not the House of Representatives' fault. It's the Senate's fault. You know, there's an old saying that, you know, the Senate's a place where bills go to die. Well, you know, there seems to be a lot of that going on over there, even though the Senate is run by Democrats, as is the House and the White House. So I'll go to the next slide. I'll give you a chart, and this chart's important for those who follow funding. The first column on your left, when I say a continuing resolution was passed, keeping the government open until December 3rd, what that means is that funding level that you had in fiscal year 21, the one that just ended, is what you're going to have through December 3rd. Okay, nothing more, nothing less. Then the middle column is what the president proposed in his budget. And then the final column is what the House of Representatives has agreed to in their response to the president's budget. And you can see that there are increases in a number of different programs between the first column and the last column. But until the Senate takes up their bill, you don't know what the final number will be. And that is probably not going to be known until well into October or November. But as you can see, some of these numbers are promising and they're good. Increases in funding for Family Caregiver Support Program, increases for the CSEP program, big increases for the Native American Nutrition Program, very important program. Preventative health, small increase, nutrition, of course. So they've obviously, these programs have made their case to Congress, and hopefully we'll see increases before we get too far along. Next slide. A little bit about Medicare Advantage, another strong lobby, by the way, that is entering this into the space. And I'll tell you where they're entering the space where they're concerned to some degree that if we expand fee-for-service Medicare and add dental, vision, and hearing, is that going to impact their ability to continue to function? Because many of these MA plans are already doing that. And so, you know, they're trying to make sure they don't end up, you know, on the short end of this proverbial stick when all this is said and done. Because as you can see, their numbers have been increasing steadily for some time. They added 2.1 million people just between 2019 and 2020. And if things stay on track, they could end up with 51% of the Medicare population by 2030. And, you know, they have incentives to keep their costs lower and provide wraparound supplemental services. That's become the key for them. Having these supplemental non-medical services for individuals enrolling in Medicare Advantage has made it very attractive to a number of folks who want home delivered meals or want adult day services and things of that nature. I'd be curious to see how many of your members actually are enrolled in Medicare Advantage versus regular Medicare. It might be interesting to look at it sometime. Next slide. So obviously, this pandemic has focused brand new attention, as it should have been for some time, on the social determinants of health and the growing issue of isolation and loneliness, which, by the way, they're all connected, frankly. I mean, you know, we know that. You know, last year, I reviewed some of the major bills that were in the Congress on SDOH. And right now, we have hundreds of bills that mention that phrase in Congress, but none of them are quite there yet in terms of passage. But we do have, in the next slide, a new bipartisan social determinant of health caucus in the House of Representatives that have went to work pretty quickly. And they're going to be looking at ways to improve the impact of services delivered to address social determinants that are supported by federal funding. And that's important because, you know, one of the things that sort of gets lost in this whole thing, there have been a number of programs out there for some time that have been working to address the social determinants of health, whether it's housing programs or transportation programs or nutrition programs. but they're not putting that lens. You know, just like when you go to a congregate nutrition program and you sit there and have a meal with people, you are helping to combat social isolation because you're providing, you know, companionship. This caucus wants to look at that. They want to amplify evidence-based approaches to holistic well-being for people. And they want to bring together members from disparate jurisdictions to highlight opportunities for collaboration. These are all good ideas created by a new entity in the House that if you haven't been in touch with them, it's probably a good thing to do. They put out what they call an RFI, a request for information on what they should be doing. So I would spend some time, you know, communicating with them going forward.
Hey, Bob, is it a bipartisan?
Yes, it is. Yep.
Okay.
Sherry Bustos is a Democrat from Illinois. Tom Cole is a Republican from Oklahoma. Butterfield is a Democrat from North Carolina, and I don't know where Mullen's from, but I think he's Republican. But I know it's bipartisan, and that's the way it should be, frankly. Next slide. On the issue of social isolation, obviously, this is gaining recognition as a problem, especially for older adults. And we had, in the 2020 Older Americans Act reauthorization, we shouldn't forget the fact that for the first time, you have two new screening provisions in the Older Americans Act. One is for social isolation screening, okay, which, you know, for folks at the area agency level to assess someone when they enter into these programs. And the other is malnutrition screening, because we need to understand as early as possible when someone is a victim of malnutrition so they can be treated. So we are hoping that the addition of the social isolation screening combined with that social isolation grants that I mentioned that are pending in the BBB on the House side can actually lead to more support for programs to address social isolation at the local level. And once that gets done, that's another place for you to jump into, working with your area agencies and local governments on where you can be helpful. And obviously, you know, the very concept of the village is is an alternative to isolation if you're in a village situation, but that's got to be communicated going forward. And Senator Tina Smith and Congresswoman Linda Sanchez have introduced standalone versions of the bill I just talked about. Next slide. You know, this next topic is something that we're all focused on, which is equity. You know, and I said last year that as the world sort of gets smaller, the importance of villages becomes larger. But, you know, I think we have to continue to focus future attention on issues related to equity, even in the village space. You know, the need for the villages to be inclusive and accessible to all who want to join. You know, and this is not limited to villages. We talk about this in the Aging Network, particularly in the area of outreach. You know, are you reaching out to the right constituencies to have them enroll in a program or join a village? And do the services that are being offered match the need of those people who are seeking to join? An area that we overlook a lot, and I've spent a lot of time looking at this in the past year, do the boards that you have, okay, whether it's local or state or national, do they reflect the communities where the village is? You know, or if you have an area agency on aging, do your boards represent the entire constituency that you are trying to serve? Do your funders have proper recognition of equity issues? And can you convince them to try to do more in that space? Everybody's working in that space, but it's a question of how quickly it all comes together. Next slide. Now, this is something where I know you do a lot of work in this space, but we could do more, frankly, because you're kind of like a sleeper in the advocacy space, but you have such built-in ingredients to do effective advocacy. The locally based nature is probably the strongest ingredient that you have, because grassroots advocacy remains pivotal. I cannot even tell you, I'll give you one good example. That's sort of real life for me. So it's March of 2020. The pandemic is beginning, and I'm in my office one day, and a phone call comes in from Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro's office, who is now the chairman of the Appropriations Committee in the House. Her staff said, okay, we would like to get from you what you think is going to happen to the Older Americans Act Nutrition Program as this pandemic unfolds. What do? Give them my answer? No. I call my members around the country and I ask them, give me a paragraph, give me a snippet, tell me what you think is going to happen, right? Well, of course, the answer was, we expect to be shutting down all our congregate sites in the next week or two. And we're going to have to convert our program to all home delivered meals. So just envision this, 100 people go every day to a congregate site for a meal. Now all of a sudden you got to make 100 different visits to different homes to provide that same meal. There's more cost involved, more time involved, et cetera. So we gave them back that information. And they came back and said, okay, well, give us a number. What do you think we need to get this started? And we gave them a number, and the number held up. Would that number have held up if we didn't have the local input? No, no way. So also you have the linkage issue. You know, I'm a big believer that issues link together, need to link together from an advocacy standpoint. So decent and affordable housing is important in the villages. Affordable and accessible transportation, access to nutrition, closing the digital divide. You know, I'm sure you've got villages that could flourish even more if they weren't stuck with being in the wrong side of the digital divide, which means that it's important to raise the issue as much as possible. And of course, safety in villages, elder abuse prevention. And then of course, you know, you are a social determinant of health because, you know, a village as a community can contribute to better health outcomes and help combat social isolation. Next slide, I think it's the last one. So, you know, you have a distinct and effective national organization. Barbara is as good as they come, and she's always striving to give you better. And that's a sign of a good leader. And, you know, but I think it's time that we amplified the voice even more because the opportunity is there to weigh in more, I think. From the national level to my little home village in Arlington, Virginia, I don't know, we used to have 3, I don't know how many we have now, but, you know, we were one of the early ones. But it's all about advocating for better public policy at all levels. I know that some folks sit on local boards and commissions. You know, simply put, you can never do enough advocacy if you care about something. And you know, I'm gonna ask for you to do some immediate advocacy, as I tried to say before. Ask Congress to finish passing the BIF bill, and when that money shows up in your state, in your locality, you know, go in with your list. Go in with what you feel to be the most important way to expend that money before somebody else gets there, and you know, maybe takes it in some other direction. You know, but tell them why it's important. You know, if you've got a pre-existing village that's been around for a long time, you're an established entity in the community. You have every right to come in and argue for the money and for it being spent in your area, whether it's better streets or better signs or better climate, you know. And the other thing I would need you to say is to have Congress produce the Build Back Better Act, which as much money as possible, especially in the home community-based care area, because we all know how important that is for the future of services for older adults and persons with disabilities. So if you go to the next slide, we'll leave that one up, and that can be how you can find myself or my colleague, Meredith Whitmire, who many of you know, who is also able to you know, answer questions or provide more information should you need it. So let's see if there's any more interesting questions or comments. I know people. Yeah. I know some of your folks like to make comments too, so I'm happy to hear those too.
Well, of course there's questions, Bob. Are you kidding? And some of it actually is not just in the chat, but it's in the Q&A too. And that is, you know, there's some level of worry how to engage in advocacy without compromising the nonprofit status. You know, and what's advocacy versus lobbying, and then the percentages. Right. So can you answer?
Yeah, well, I mean, the simple thing is when you are doing education and information, you're not lobbying. When you're in a situation where you are becoming a resource for information or education for somebody, that is advocacy versus lobbying. When you spend a certain amount of money, if you make X number of visits, direct visits to a member of Congress, to a federal agency in a certain quarter, you know, then you might have to file as a lobbyist. But there's no reason why you really would have to do that in the situation that you're in. I think the situation is more about them finding you, and this is what's worked for me over a long period of time and some other folks in my network. The minute a member of Congress, like your late dad, who, you know, I still miss the man. He was a great guy.
I just found his White House Conference on Aging thing from 1994.
Oh my God, I love it. I still have that stuff in my own bookcase, so that's good to hear. But a lot of times, if you present yourself as a resource to a staff member in Congress or a member of Congress themselves, and they reach out to you for help or reach out for you to testify, you know, you have a lot of follow-up activities you can do that never constitute lobbying. If they make the overture, then, you know, you're okay. Okay, it's when you make the overture too many times that becomes on the verge of being a lobbying. But if you put out a newsletter, if you put out generalized information like an impact of something, okay, what does what would this bill mean for the collective villages in the network? Okay, you're conveying information. Okay, you don't have to say please oppose or support this bill. Just say the pending bill before you would do X and Y. And then if they come back to you for more information, then you can, then you follow it out that way. But there are certain rules, and I'm sure you have them. If not, we can provide them because Meredith has had to lobby or has had to register as a lobbyist for one of our groups because there was a lot of member contact going on and a lot of agency contact. But if you watch it carefully and focus on just the education information part of your work, then you should be comfortable for a while.
Yeah, actually in the chat, both Carol and somebody else just put in the publication, how to advocate.
Yeah,
but I love what you said about being a resource, offering yourself as a resource,
right.
Because who knows better than our villages firsthand the needs and wants in that community, and what we faced. We're still collecting a lot of data, and we're trying to, get consistent data across the board, which is great. But we know firsthand what we went through during COVID,
right.
And what we're continuing to see: programs, isolation, food insecurities, you name it. We could be that resource. You can, have that letter to your member of Congress or to your local politician, whoever, and saying, this is what we're seeing. This is what we're experiencing. We can be a resource. We can, be knowledgeable.
Right. And a lot of times, when they go, so we get back to some degree of normalcy and offices open up again, district offices and stuff, when, visiting staff assigned to your area from a member of Congress, you can never go wrong with that. And what people do, I know that they make the relationship at the local level. And then eventually, when the time comes for a piece of legislation to come up, they send that information on to the person in Washington handling that issue. But there's another thing, and we'll post this. I don't have it because Meredith's not with me right now, but there is a new device or link or something that tells you where members of Congress are going to be. Their schedules, when they're going to be doing events in local areas. Let me tell you something. I've seen more people do effective advocacy by popping a question up in a town hall meeting, a Rotary Club lunch, whatever it may be. And then, the member of Congress send the staff over to the person and say, oh, can we talk about this a little bit, or get a card, or, whatever it may be, whatever gets the door open, and sometimes it's a little informal thing like that. And, there is a link. We'll find it and get it to you so you can track your own member of Congress when they start doing more in-person activities.
Well, I just put in the chatter just how to get in touch with your member of Congress, house.gov or senate.gov. But if there is a specific agenda tracker, because a lot of these members are doing virtual, most of them are. I know that the Hill did not go back into session until September 20th.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the staffs are not back in their office buildings. So I would love to see that, because I would.
Yeah, I'll try. Yeah, I'll have Meredith find it and we'll send it to you. And, I'm surprised they haven't, knowing some of the security issues they're having these days with some members of Congress, but let's see if it's helpful in the scheme of things.
We could be Zoom bombers.
Yeah, right. Let's see. I wish I had some advice for people in DC who have no representation. I know they're trying to get statehood passed. Again, that's a Senate issue. I think the House is on board with it, but I don't know. That's been a longstanding issue. I don't know whether or not more involvement is needed by the president in that area, but that's the best I can give you. I don't have a lot on that so far.
Well, any other questions? Bob, anybody else? No? I hear a lot of chatter about DC statehood. I agree with that. I can't believe you have done a great job And we appreciate it. We'll share Bob's slides. We will get the other links and information. I did throw the chat in the village forum. So if you want to access that, you can see, because people were saying they couldn't copy it. But, you know, feel free to go into our portal and get the chatter. And Bob, as always, thank you. Thank you.
Pleasure. My pleasure, Barbara. And Steve, thank you very much too for the slide movement. Appreciate it. And have a good rest of your conference.
We will. We will.
Okay, all the best.
Thanks. All right, you too, Bob. Thanks. Our next session will start in about 10 minutes. So we're going to take an impromptu break. I think everybody needs a good stretch. We'll have our presenters on about a few minutes before. Our next presentation is going to be Stronger Memory with Goodwin House and some of our village members. So we look forward to seeing you at 3:30.
Okay. Let me get this bad boy up there. And then I see that Rob is all ready to go. I'll get his fellow panel members over.
Yeah, you have Lynn from Georgetown, and who else? Oh, Diane Watson. And who else, Jessica? Who else is coming on?
And Dorothy Pytel.
Dorothy, that's right. Okay.
Okay, so I'm bringing them over here. Okay, Diane, you can move over as a panelist now, and Dorothy, you too. So just respond to those prompts. Great. Okay, we got Jessica. So we got Rob, Jessica, Lynn, Dorothy, and
Hi, happy birthday. So you were overslept, huh?
whoops. And then Rob, are you going to be sharing a PowerPoint?
I'll share my screen.
Oh, you'll do it, Jessica. Okay, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if you guys,
And Steve, did I give you a copy of that?
let's see.
I can send it again just in case.
I think we've got it in a folder, so we should be good.
Okay.
And then if Diane, if you can hear me, I'm prompting you to come up as a panelist. So just respond to that button when you get a chance. But if you guys want to hang tight for, 5 minutes or so, we'll kick things off.
Actually, Steve, I don't think we do have that presentation. So Jessica, if you could send it to V2V, that would be awesome.
Okay, cool. And then we'll have it as backup for you. Okay. We got Diane over on the right side of the stage. So we got everybody. There we go. All right. Hey, Diane.
Hi,
Okay.
good afternoon, everybody.
Cool. Okay, we'll get your panel started in about 5 minutes. I just have to run down the hall real quick and I'll be right back.
How's the day going for everybody?
Good, thank you.
Good.
Good.
Is there feedback when I talk?
There was when you first said something, but I'm not hearing it now.
Let me just try again. Is it okay now? Because otherwise I can change rooms. But if it's working. Now I see you guys when you talk, but I don't see myself appear. Is that, are you seeing me talk or no?
I'm seeing you talk.
Yeah, I'm seeing you. It might be your view.
It doesn't appear if I'm the one talking, but that's fine.
You
I
can
don't need to
change
see
your view,
myself.
Dorothy. Dorothy, you can change your view at the top. There's a little icon for that that says view.
Ah, it's just that. Okay. I see. Okay. Oh, now I see it.
Dorothy, are you an intergenerational village?
No, we're at this point largely just a village, though, you know, there's lots of opportunities in our community. And one of the things I've been thinking actually with the Stronger Memory is looking to see, we also have a very active refugee project, actually run out of the same church where our office is, that might be a potential opportunity to do some tutoring with like first and second graders, which would be totally in line with the materials that Stronger Memory really covers, you know, reading out loud and doing some
arithmetic.
So that's, I think, one opportunity, but I think until the pandemic is really more under control, because we're not even having in-person events. We're really doing everything via Zoom still, except for we have a weekly visitor program. That's about the only thing that we have in person. How about yourself?
We are an over 55 community, and there are some activities that we are doing at the clubhouse. And if there's the